4 billion roads planned, 11,000 jobs.
Wow.
I was saying it's the largest campus of any commercial project I've ever seen in Kentucky. It's a battery plant that Ford's building. And it's like,
Is this for their electric cars?
yeah, it's just to make batteries for the
I was telling him I saw the plastic thing that's going up out there off Softwind. Gigantic.
Oh, it is. Have you seen the trucker distribution center?
No.
Off of I-75, near 52? That's also gigantic. Bigger than the one off Softwind.
Wow.
I'd like to call a meeting to order. You stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, we have the roll call, please.
Mr. Jamie Girardi?
Here.
Mr. Derek Pontlitz?
Here.
Mr. Peter Hensel?
Here.
Mr. John Moody?
Here.
Mr. Christopher Poole? Mr. Chris Williams?
Here.
And Chairman Charles Gray.
Here. And the proof of publications, please.
The items were advertised in the Tampa Bay Times on June 7th, 2023, June 21st, 2023, and June 28th, 2023, or by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Sorry. Okay. Since we have no minutes to approve, I will pass along the instructions for today's meeting. The meetings are typically divided into 3 sections. We are the Planning Commission, and we meet 2 times a month, and we appointed by the County Commissioners. We serve as a local planning agency and hold public hearings to transmit to the Board of County Commissioners recommendations on comprehensive plan amendments, land development code amendments, rezonings, and conditional use requests. Planning Commission is the final decision-making body for special exceptions, certain appeals, variance requests, and certain alternative standard requests. However, final decisions may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. If anyone is in opposition to any land development code amendment, rezoning, conditional use, or any item where the Planning Commission transmits a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, it's important for you to attend the Board of County Commissioner meeting. We have 3 sections, as I said: continuances, consent, and regular items. I think officially we have a number of items on consent, but I believe they're going to, for the most part, be pulled.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So I don't think there's any point in going through that exercise. Would we have any continuances? Denise?
We have 1 continuance item, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's go ahead and make a motion for that.
So moved.
Is the
Item
applicant
PC.
present? I'm sorry, John. Is the applicant present? That's PC what?
It's PC1, which is PDD 230343. It's, the request is to continue the item to a date uncertain.
Okay, and is the applicant present? Is anyone here to talk on that one? If not,
I have no one on WebEx on that item.
okay.
Then I'll move to continue item PC1 to a date uncertain.
All right. Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. And then we have regular items, and those are most of the items that are on today's agenda. Applicants will have 3 minutes to make their case and their presentation, and the questioners will have 3 minutes to ask questions. We're going to try to keep everybody to their times. That will probably try to be as considerate as possible in that regard. And then the applicant will have an opportunity to come back up, and they'll have 5 minutes to respond. unless there's been a request in writing at least 24 hours prior to this meeting, which was approved. For those of you who have telephones, cell phones, this is a good time to put them on the silent position so they won't interrupt anyone. But before we start the regular meeting, we want to open the meeting for public comment on anything that is not listed on today's agenda. Is there anyone here to speak on public comment?
Mr. Chair, we do have 2 people that are physically here, and we do have someone on WebEx. The first person who is here for public comment is Peggy St. James.
All right, Ms. St. James, you come up and state your name and your address, please.
I'm Margaret St. James, nicknamed Peggy, 37202 Sandra Avenue, Zephyr Hills. First thing, I would like to say good afternoon, and I'm a little surprised that there are no women on the Planning Commission. We do represent probably now over half of the people in the world, so I'm a little disappointed, but I'll move on from there. I'm here to make a comment about the Anclote River project. I took my grandson there last summer for the first time to the park, and I was pleasantly surprised by how natural the setting was. Even had grasses on either side of the beach, and he loved going and looking at the fish. People were sitting on the beach, people were sitting under the trees. It was a very natural, calm experience. I understand now there are plans to develop that park, the Anclote River project, and I would like to say I think it should be kept as it is because, as we know, much of our green space in Pasco County is being built upon and only will continue to be in the future, and we're going to run out of green space, and this park might be one of the only places left. So I wondered if it's possible to get an update on the Anclote River project. I know the Stantec Cultural Resource Assessment has been released or at least presented, and because of the archaeological significance with Native peoples, it was felt it was best not to do the project or to do it with many conditions. I also understand that the governor recently made a veto on the line item that was to pay for the ramp and the dockage at the park. I'm assuming that would have been the updated version of it. And one other comment I'd like to make is rumor has it, and I'm not saying I believe it, I'm only saying rumor has it, that the change in the park is being done partly to support a nearby RV park, to give those people in that park access to the water. And if that is the truth, then I resent my taxpayer dollars being used to support this RV park. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody available for an update on that?
We will provide her a card for the person who is handling that item.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Excuse me, Chairman, before we continue, can we swear everyone in?
Yes. If you plan to give testimony today on the items that are on the agenda, please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
The next person for public comment is Peggy Byrne.
Two Peggy's.
Good afternoon. Regarding the Pittman Massey parcel on County Route 52 and Happy Hill Road.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Ms. Byrne. You asked to speak in public comment. We haven't gotten to that specific item.
Oh, no,
When
this
we
is
get to
just a
that
general
item.
comment. It's
Okay.
just general comment.
Thank you,
I'm just referencing that information for them. That was referenced at the June 6th meeting, parcel, I think, PDD 23-0241. Did the planning board handle that parcel and those changes as they would have both before and after that, the same as any other parcel?
Was that your comment?
I'm asking a question.
No, we're not
Oh, you don't
questioning.
have to, okay.
You can just make a comment.
Because the reason I'm asking that question is because in light of the fact that we had the wrong address and a necessity to do a redo, one of the gentlemen made a point at that meeting that the parcel number was very important, and I brought a copy of that ad that was in the newspaper, and the parcel number isn't on it. Everything but map number, page, all of that kind of stuff, but not the parcel number. So I wanted you to be aware, and my real question was, who is responsible to be sure that the state requirements are being met when we advertise a meeting like this for people, so that everybody's on the same page? We just like to know.
The staff handles that.
Well, to be clear, it's primarily the applicant's responsibility to prepare, we're talking about the notice, the sign and the mailed notices are prepared by the applicant.
I'm sorry, are prepared by
The applicant.
okay, so, but there's no one checking to be sure that's accurate when that's done?
I think generally staff does verify that the accuracy of those ads or those notices, but generally it's the applicant's burden to provide correct notice.
Okay, and when it's wrong, we don't do anything about that? We don't do any kind of education process or anything with our planning staff, so we just let it go?
I'm not sure if
Clearly, we
it
had
was-
a
I'm not-
problem there, so
I'm
I
not sure if
just
it
want
was
to
or
be sure.
was not wrong. You're stating that it was wrong, but I don't know if it is or isn't.
And the parcel number not being on the ad?
I don't
Is
know
that
if that's
right?
a requirement, is it?
It should be on the ad according to the state, am I correct? Maybe I'm not.
I do not believe there's any legal, Denise, is there any legal requirement that the parcel ID be in the ad?
There's no legal requirement for the parcel ID number to be on the ad.
So then the address becomes really critically important, doesn't
But
it?
you knew which property we were hearing. There was no, you were not confused as
Because
to
I'm
what property
here,
we were
but
considering
people that are
day.
watching this or that are looking at an ad in the paper may not. That's the whole reason for advertising it, is so that you make everybody in the county that may have an interest for whatever reason to be aware. If you don't have the right address and you don't keep a parcel number, is it on purpose? Is this like a witness protection thing where we hide it? That sounds silly. Well, I'm just wondering, how do we correct it? That's my comment to you.
The
If you're
address
not,
was correct, though. The only thing different was the name of the road. It was State Road 54 or 52 versus...
County Route 52 as of March
So it's-
29th, 23, right, which
But
legally
the
would
part-
make it
the
incorrect.
address,
But you
the
redid
number
that
was
hearing.
correct.
You redid that hearing to satisfy that point. So you realize that it legally
I
it
don't
was
think we
incorrect.
did any hearings, ma'am. We did not, we didn't, we held the hearings that were advertised.
You redid the hearing that we did in May and June.
No, that was because there was two different applications. There was a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezoning. Those are two different applications.
So the
We didn't
rezoning and the
redo
wrong
anything.
address had nothing to do with that,
No,
redoing that
there was,
meeting.
it was not that it was not a redo, it was, the first application that came to the planning commission was a comprehensive plan amendment. The second application was a rezoning. Those are two separate applications. Same property, but two separate applications.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. We just wondered if that kind of mistake is happening, is there any rectification of it?
I
That's
don't
really
believe,
the
I don't
question that
believe
I'm
that there
asking,
was a
gentlemen.
material mistake made with that application.
I'm sorry?
I did not believe there was any material mistake made with the advertising of that application.
Including the state route, county route 52, and the lack
I-
of parcel number.
In my opinion, that would not be a material, it was still sufficient to put the public on notice of the location of the property.
Well, which matters legally? The correct address or the parcel number?
As long as there's adequate identification of the property being considered, that's what matters legally. Obviously, I agree with Commissioner Moody's point. If you were here, that means the notice was sufficient, for at least as it relates to you.
I was, but I'm not here just asking for me. There's a
Well,
lot of people that are
there were
concerned.
others here that spoke about that particular.
There were others here that
application.
had
So
the
they knew
complaint.
about it?
They knew that there was a problem. That's why they watched me raise my hand, and then when you didn't call on me, I didn't get to correct you and say, it's not State Route 52, it's County
Okay, I
Route
think we've
52.
hashed this out and answered your
Okay,
question.
so I just brought it up to ask if that this was handled the same. Or if there's a correction, when there's a problem, do we look at it?
All right,
That's
thank
my
you.
question.
Denise, who's next?
Next,
Person is actually on WebEx, and the name of the person is Doris Carroll.
Ms. Carroll? You hear us?
Doris Carroll. I live at 5244 Hawk Drive in Holiday. I'm here as a member of the Pasco Democratic Environmental Caucus. I echo what Margaret St. Thomas has stated earlier this afternoon. We are very concerned about the Anclo River Project, parcel number 8PA00010. This is something that I've had several conversations with via email with a park district manager, where they claim that they are transparent by the fact that they're answering an email. But yet the whole process has not been transparent, because we did not find out about the Stantec Cultural Resource Assessment Survey until it was published in Suncoast News and Tampa Bay Times. That was March 31st. It's now been 3 months. And now I find out from that park district manager, it is moving forward, despite the CRAS survey recommendations to not move forward, since the site is eligible on the National the National Registry for Historic Places. What will it take for our county officials, elected officials, to understand the impact on the environment, as Margaret mentioned? I have been a resident for 2 years. However, I have visited this park for 29 years, as my mother, who is now 89, has lived here for 29 years. I grew up here with my children. It is a beautiful, quiet beach and park. Does it need maintenance? Of course it does. Does it need a 22,000 square foot restaurant with a marina rental and the congestion, and besides the impact on the environment? I see dolphins and manatees there regularly. We know about the eagle's nests. I don't want another Clearwater or Hudson Beach or St. Pete's Beach project happening in Anclo. Keep it as it is. This will not, and so I know that you don't make those decisions. You'll make your recommendations to the county commissioners. You can bet that we will be there again, speaking out. And I already sent an email to someone on the Planning Commission board who's on the WebEx, and she has not responded to us. I just want transparency. You asked for public engagement with Pasco 2050. Where is the public engagement? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any comment from the staff? Or David, anything?
Typically, we're not required to comment on at the public comment
Okay.
section. I'm sure staff was listening, and think when that application comes before you, the staff will be prepared to
Okay.
address those issues.
All right. Anything else? Denise, that's it?
That's all I have, and if she's sent an email to someone who is
Okay.
presenting today, she's not responded.
I think we must have missed one.
Public comment? I don't have Ms. Hazelwood signed up for public comment. Would you like to speak? Okay, Ms. Hazelwood, go ahead, thank you. I have you signed up for a specific item.
And I think there wrote public comment on there, it's still left of the other stuff, so you probably missed it. But thank you for the opportunity, Nancy Hazelwood, 34110, a nice place. So, I'm making suggestions to the board, maybe it'll carry through to staff. We've got a lot of water problems. That's all I'm hearing about today. All the time, people talk about the water problems. So my suggestion is, with each application that comes before the board, you have a staff member tell you how many dwelling units, how much commercial is around the area. I don't know, you'd have to figure out what kind of area that is. Take that into consideration, see that right in front of you. And then also have somebody from biology come up and say how that will affect your natural resources. Something needs to slow down here with the problems that we are encountering, and I think it's only going to get worse. Thank you all for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think that was everybody.
I do want to clarify for the record that our Natural Resources Department does in fact comment on every single application that comes to the Planning Commission. In fact,
Okay.
usually there's findings of fact and conditions that specifically address their comments.
Okay, good. All right, Denise, now you can start on the regular
Mr. Chair,
items.
we'll move on to item PC2.
Why don't you just address them from where you are? It's gonna be easier. Anything you have to say?
Okay, I think that item is off consent, so I was going to have Tammy Snyder
Okay.
do a presentation.
Very good.
Unless
Tammy?
there's like a specific question on the items. Okay.
Good afternoon, Tammy Snyder, Planning and Development. All right, we have for you today SR 52 Groves MPUD, PDD 237591. Proposed is a zoning amendment from an R3 medium density residential, C2 general commercial, C3 commercial light manufacturing, and I1 light industrial zoning districts to an MPUD to allow a maximum of 231 townhomes on approximately 68.5 acres. The project is in the central market area on the north side of State Road 52, approximately 6,500 feet west of US 41. The applicant is also seeking variation from the interconnect requirements in LDC sections 901.6.d.11 and 901.1.h due to Category 1 wetlands on the east and western boundaries of the subject area and platted residential lots. And this wetland map further describes the amount of the Category 1 wetland coverage. Given this constraint, the applicant is requesting to provide interconnects to the north and not to the east and west. Site location map shows it on 52, just west, east of 589. Location map. Current zoning districts. Here's the master plan showing the interconnects on the north, the access to State Road 52 on the south, and you also see the wetland coverage on this one as well. With that, PDD recommends approval with conditions to the BCC.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Tammy, two comments. One is I think you need to update your master plan in your PowerPoint because I don't think that's the most current master plan.
Let's see.
I think there's a more current one.
Come on, button. Whoop.
Because it's still,
This
that's
is the one that shows the little boundary jig right there.
Right, but
And-
this is the one that still has the track one
Oh,
description.
right there, yep. Correct.
In addition, the other comment is, I believe the applicant has reduced the request to 204 units. At least that's what the conditions of approval say.
Right.
So you probably need to change that in your title if they're no longer requesting. I realize they originally were requesting 231, but
Yeah.
if they've reduced the request to 204, I think that's what should be in the title of your item.
I agree.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a total on the wetland impact, the acreage of the wetland impact?
I do not. I can get that for you. They're impacting it. Oops, come on
I mean,
back.
I'm kind of doing the math in my head. It
In-
looks like it's about a third of the total. But
They're impacting it right there in the middle, and then down there at the south to get out to the road. Those are the, and then there's a little wetland up there that they're also going to be impacting. But they're trying to stay out of the wetlands as much as possible.
yeah, like I said, doing the math in my head, it looks like it's about a third of an acre. So, thanks. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Nothing, Tammy? Okay. Applicant present. You look familiar.
Good afternoon, Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, for the applicant. Yes, we did reduce to 204. At one time, when we first applied for this project, we provided that we could do either platted townhomes or build to rent, horizontal apartments. We are just now doing platted townhomes, so that reduced the number from 231 to 204. So that is the number that we are seeking as a maximum. There is a companion comp plan amendment that's worked its way through the system. You all saw it and recommended approval, going from IL and Res 3 to Res 6. And the board has transmitted that comp plan as well. And so now we're coming to you with the MPUD. It's for 204 platted townhomes. We do have a condition in there that says that when the board finally settles in on a policy regarding standards for townhomes, we'll comply with it. So with that, we'd ask for your support, and we're here to answer any questions.
So the setback for that you're showing in your standards on the master plan, 23 feet from the back of the sidewalk, is that anticipated to be part of the board's policy memo on?
I'm not up day to day. The Builders Association is leading that effort, but it's my understanding that 23 feet is going to be that new standard to address the board's concern about trucks and cars overhanging the sidewalk. We're providing for that 23 feet. It's usually 20. And I think it's, as far as I know, that's consistent with what the board's policy is going to be.
Do you know if, maybe it's not appropriate to ask you, but staff, is the board considering changing the setback in other Euclidean districts to be 23 feet? Because I went through most of our residential districts and they have a minimum 20-foot setback. So one, I'm pleased. I agree that the 20-foot with some of the length of the vehicles today does create situations where sometimes the vehicle hangs over the sidewalk. So I appreciate them volunteering to provide that setback, but it seems like that might be appropriate to change the other districts to do that as well. Is there any plans to do that?
I have not heard of such direction, but perhaps Mr. Pitos, who has been more involved in those conversations, may have some information. But yes, you're correct. As you stated, both our R4 and our R3 districts do have 20-foot front setbacks. That's when you get to the R2, that's when you get to 25, and R1 at 30. Yes.
Nick Tarios, Pitos, Planning and Development Department. We've not received any direction to make any changes to the Land Development Code sections for the Euclidean zones. But there probably will be some direction to make some updates to the Land Development Code that would be pursuant to whatever direction the board ultimately gives on those setbacks.
Okay. And then while you're here, question, and I've noticed this in a couple of the townhome proposals, and this is in their conditions of approval 9D. This talks about creating room for planting lot trees and street trees. And it says, in order to accomplish the foregoing landscaping objectives for townhouses, no driveway flares shall be required for townhouses, and water main lines may be installed under sidewalks in townhouse phases. So I'm puzzled about the removal of driveway flares, and Denise, I sent you an exhibit if you could put that up there.
Sonia's working on bringing that up.
Okay. So what this is a drawn to scale of an 18-foot wide townhome with a 9-foot wide garage door and a 12-foot wide driveway. And that is an AASHTO passenger vehicle wheel template. And what I'm showing you is that it takes the flare to accommodate the car in a narrow driveway, a 12-foot driveway. The standard door on a single single garage door is 9 feet. So I'm not sure that we're really accomplishing the goal of creating more room for a street tree in that 3 foot, 9 square feet that we're getting by eliminating the driveway flares. By doing that, in fact, all we're going to be doing is driving the right rear wheel of the car over the tree's roots. But I did notice that there's language in here that says if they can't accommodate the trees, they can pay into the tree fund. But I do think that with the 23-foot setback, that they're probably able to plant some trees behind the sidewalk or in the yard. That seems to be enough room that you could accommodate a tree where we're not going to, or between the two driveways, where we're not going to run over the tree roots with that. And I'm going to ask David if he can help me with this. And you'll have to jump ahead to the next case, and I think it's condition number 46 in the next case.
4G?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that it has similar language.
46, you said?
I think it's 46.
I see it. Okay.
And that one, the language in that particular condition talks about allowing the water main under the sidewalk, and then there'll only be a 5-foot utility easement across the front of the property. And I would like to see that same benefit afforded to this project so that there can be room in the area between the driveways to plant trees rather than trying to plant them where the wheels of the cars are just going to run over them. And it seemed to me that would create something that's consistent. And I did speak with utilities about that yesterday, and they told me they have no objection to allowing, traditionally we've required a 10-foot utility easement behind the sidewalk. And I spoke to Mr. Allen, and Mr. Allen told me that he had no objection to allowing the water main to be under the sidewalk with then 5 foot of easement to accommodate the dry utilities, cable TV and telephone and the like, in that portion of the easement. And so it would seem to me if we didn't have to burden this applicant's project with 10 foot of easement and only 5, that would accommodate better room for planting.
So I think the dilemma we have here, and this is by no means the applicant's fault, is that the condition you see in the 52 Groves EDs based on language in the existing memo, Terry Pitos's existing memo related, I think it's PM 10, related to 40 and 50 foot lots and townhomes. The language you see in 4G is based on the future memo that has not been adopted by the board yet, that was Clark anticipating the board adopting new standards. And so, but to answer your general question, if the applicant's okay using the language from 4G, yes, you could do that language instead of the language in 52 Groves, but I don't know if the applicants had a chance to see it, so.
I will disclose that I met with the applicant about it yesterday in my office so that she wasn't shocked by my exhibit here.
So yes, we're fine with that language. The intent of our catch-all that says we'll be subject to the townhome standards memo is that we'll get the benefit of that memo and the burden of that memo when it comes out. That's the intent of that catch-all condition, but I appreciate the pointing that out, and we can change that language before the board. David is correct, that language came from the adopted BOCC memo that's on the books today.
And then just a question or comment for staff. I think it would be helpful to the Planning Commission if the BOCC adopts memos regarding standards for townhomes or 40-foot lots, if perhaps it was shared with us, so we've got that available to us too.
We can make them available.
So did you want to make that a motion that we replace?
Well, I don't know, it's still a public hearing, we haven't asked if there's opposition yet, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just don't want you to forget about that particular issue, but I doubt the public testimony is going to be focused on that issue, but.
Okay.
Can I ask a question for clarification?
Sure.
Thank you. Barbara, I'd like to ask, when I read through all the documentation, I read 4 elements to this particular rezoning. It's going to go from an R3, which I understand. They're going to remove the light industrial zoning for the district to an MPUD to allow for these 231 multiple homes. My concern has been, and from what I've read, is that there's a certain type of movement afoot that says we're taking commercial land for light industry or for, and I think the other element that I have not addressed one in here is the manufacturing and light industrial zoning districts will go to basically homes, correct? That's the intent of this, is take these 2 elements of that, the current zoning, and rezone it into 231 or plus or minus homes, townhomes. My concern is that there has been articles about the fact that we're taking light industry or industry type of property zoning, which create jobs. And the concern has been that these jobs or this type of property is being transferred to homes, even though you call them townhomes, they're still homes.
I can address that.
Please.
So I agree with your statement generally. That's where we start at. We start at and we look at them, and I can tell you everybody looks at this really carefully, not only my team, but we've met with PDC, Economic Growth Director, County Attorney's Office, this planning staff, that particular, and then the board, because we've already, and this has come before you. What you have to do is that's where we start at, but then you look at a particular piece of property and go, well, what's that configuration of light industrial? How many acres is? Does it have any frontage? In this case, the frontage of this parcel is all Category 1 wetlands. There is no frontage, and that's why townhomes make a lot of sense, because they'll be tucked back in between the wetlands. But when we looked at the actual parcel, there was no intent of that to be industrial. It's just a fragment, it's just left over. But what we do is we actually try to look at properties that are actually good for industrial. So at the same time this is going through, taking a couple acres of industrial off the books, we put 300 acres on the books at a place where it belongs, on Suncoast Parkway. So I agree with you, it's a starting point. You shall not convert non-residential to residential. That is totally correct. But you got to look at, is this the right place for industrial? Will it actually develop here? What is the best use for this location? And going through all of that, it's been determined by the staff, all the people that I mentioned. This commission already reviewed that comp plan amendment and recommended approval, and the board's already transmitted it. So I agree with your statement. We do watch for that, and we've been asked that question many times. But the location here is not an industrial location with the Category 1 wetlands with no visibility. It's not a commercial location. It's an odd configuration of what is industrial. So we do think this is a much better project. We do need homes. We do need fee simple homes. They'll be really nice tucked in between the wetlands. They'll make a very, very nice residential project that you'll be proud of.
Denise, was there a slide in there that showed the neighboring zoning?
Yes, there should be.
Okay, so it's that sliver in the southwest corner was industrial. Oh, and then at the bottom as well.
It's towards the light industrial. The non-residential is the south along State Road 52. But it sits amongst the wetlands and
So the
behind the
bulk
wetlands.
of the parcel is already residential.
I
Correct.
think it would be more helpful to see that overlaid over an aerial photograph, if you could see that zoning map, because it's all wetlands.
Yeah, it's hard to see it.
Well, if I could, let me just finish my question, and I will be quiet at least for a few minutes. It begs the question on if this at one time in history was to be developed into industrial and/or commercial use, then what has changed? And I don't know what the change would be, and I don't know if anybody here can explain why we're all of a sudden moving to residential. Was it miszoned or incorrectly zoned in the front end of this, and it should have been allocated for residential residency or residents to be developed in that manner? Or are we going to continue to look at each parcel that is zone currently for industrial or manufacturing or what I would consider employment. And you can define that in any way. And then is that in the future, those that are zoned in that manner are going to be converted over to rooftops? That's the question I beg to get clarification on. I think there needs to be some kind of sanitation in all these residential codes, because every time I read these, it's taking something zoned in a particular manner, and now we're going to convert it to rooftops. I know none of us have an answer for that. I'm just.
Well, I agree with a starting point. We don't want to do that. But not every location, and your answer about the comp plan is, we have a 30-year-old comp plan. There are weird things in there all over the place, and I don't think there's any meaningful intent to have industrial mixed in with Category 1 wetlands with no frontage, with residential on its backside. So you'd have to drive through the industrial for the residential. That land use pattern and zoning as it exists today doesn't make sense. So you have to look at them, you have to look at them. Generally, I agree with you, and we're very mindful of that, and I can tell you that this went through thorough review. Many, many people said the same thing and looked at it, and after they looked at it, they said, we think it's justified, we don't think it's a viable industrial or commercial location, and that's why we're agreeing to change it. It will make a much better townhome project. We have locations where we want to have commercial. This isn't a commercial location, it's not even at an intersection, so it doesn't make sense for commercial. So we went through all of that, and I agree with you. But we also look at the opportunities to do meaningful industrial. So while we are very carefully considered this one and changing it to rooftops, we took off 700 rooftops on 300 acres on Southwind Lanes within the last couple of months. 700 rooftops we took off and made it industrial. So it is a very important issue that you're pointing out. It was not taken lightly. When we just walked in and said, we're going to do rooftops where you want industrial. It was very well thought out and supported by everybody that's reviewed it so far.
And my comment's not directed at this particular project. It's kind of a broad umbrella thing.
I do want to point out, though, that the Planning Commission already voted to change the comprehensive plan land use designation for this parcel to residential. So that's been, you all have already agreed to make this property residential when you approve the comprehensive plan amendment. So I don't think you can keep it industrial anymore, now that you've agreed to make it residential. Am I making sense?
Well, no, not really, because from what I have read in the documentation and what I see in front of me, is that it's going from, it lists these 4 zoning codes
the rezoning
to another one here. But, okay, let me finish, please.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is that what I see here is that there are 4 zoning elements to this piece of property now, and it's going to go from to, meaning it's going to go from a past to a present. I don't have any problem with this particular project per se. My concern has been rooftops versus industrial property. And when we read through these documentations, and like I said, there were over 300 pages in this last one, I think 386, I believe. And I made a concerted effort to read through each one. And I read, and help me understand, David, that it goes from the current zoning, which is what I read here, and then to what you just indicated, to a different zoning. So that's the confusion I see within myself then.
I don't disagree with you that it's a concern. Okay, the underlying concern, I agree, is a valid concern, and Barbara agrees it's a valid concern. My point is that what is the land use change that this board already recommended approval of? It was to go to what? Res 9?
Res 6.
Res 6,
correct.
okay. So, you, as a planning commission, you recommended approval of the change the underlying land use for this property to Res 6. My point is that the industrial zoning is no longer, it's not consistent with Res 6. You can no longer approve industrial zoning in a Res 6 future land use anymore. That's the point I'm trying to make. My point is, if you had that concern, the better time to raise that concern would be before we change the future land use to Res 6.
But the reason we did that, I recall the hearing, one of the primary reasons cited was the comprehensive plan policy, and I'm sorry because I can't recite the number, but it has to do with IL and IH uses having adjacency to Category 1 wetlands, and that was the primary reason, was that because this property is burdened with a significant amount of wetlands.
Right,
That
right.
it wasn't appropriate to develop it in an industrial manner.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I guess the point I'm trying to make is the underlying concern that you're raising was addressed by staff in that prior land use amendment. There's a very lengthy staff report that they generated explaining, trying to address the concern you're raising. My point is that now that it's almost Res 6, I mean, as far as this body's concerned, it is Res 6 now, because you recommended approval of Res 6. Board hasn't approved it yet, but you have. You can no longer keep it industrial once it's Res 6. That's my point I'm trying to make.
I understand.
So I'm only pointing this out for the future, that if you have that kind of concern, I'd rather you raise it at the comprehensive plan amendment stage than at the zoning
And I
stage.
think the bigger concern that you might have, Peter, has to do with the legislation that was passed, wherein if they commit to a certain amount of affordable or workforce housing, they can come in and convert C2 or I1 uses to be residential, and we don't have a say in the matter. I think that's probably the bigger concern, but that's not what the situation is for this particular.
Well, ironically, that would have been allowed under the prior zoning, but not under the one that they're seeking to zone to.
Right.
It,
Addresses that concern
Right.
by actually changing it. That's a good
I'm
point.
not going to belabor the point anymore. Thank you.
No, it's well taken, Mr. Hanson, definitely.
Glad.
But we have 300 acres that we just converted. So it's in an area where we're going to have quite a bit of industrial. So we're going to get it right.
I'm going to stay muted. Thank you.
And that's Angelique right there across the street, right? Across
Yes,
52, yeah.
yes.
All right.
So
Other
just east
questions?
of North Sun Lake Boulevard that goes down into Angeline.
Yeah.
Other questions for the applicant?
So it's a pretty heavy residential area. There's going to be anyway.
All right, is there anybody else to speak on this topic?
Mr. Chair, we have no one signed to speak on this matter.
Okay. So if we don't have no one to speak, hear a motion.
I'd like to move to approve item PC2 with a change to condition 9 to be
do you want me to help
similar.
you? Can I help
Yes.
you?
Yes.
Okay, replace condition 9D in the 52 Groves property with the last sentence of condition 46 in the 4G Ranch MPUD
Yes.
application.
And I would also like to add that if driveway flares are to be eliminated, that be supported by a wheel tracking template that shows that we will not be running over the roots of the trees by doing so.
Well, if the planning commission's preference is that, see, because the last sentence of 46 and 4G does not talk about eliminating driveway flares, which may be why you liked it better. That's only, that language only exists in 9D of 52 Groves. If the planning commission doesn't, as a whole, has concerns about eliminating driveway flares, you could request that planning staff replace their standard language in 9D with what's in the last sentence of condition 46. Otherwise, I mean, if what I'd hate to see happen is, since this is boilerplate language, if you're going to raise that concern with everyone about the elimination of driveway flares, rather than just fix the language.
I would too, but I think the problem was that this is part of an existing board policy memo, and I don't think I have the right to change a board policy. I can suggest to the board that they change their policy memo, but I can't change it.
Well, Mr. Pitos could probably figure out a way to do it, since it's his memo.
Why don't you make that part of your motion, John? That we replace that section.
So
Well, I'm not sure you're hurting the underlying intent of the board. The underlying intent of the board was try to remove an impediment to installing landscaping. If you're, because the last sentence of condition 46 does do that. It just doesn't get into the elimination of driveway flares. I just don't want to see, what I hate to see happen is you're pulling every MPD from consent just because of the driveway flare issue.
I would
if it's easily fixed.
I would agree, and what I would like to see is consistency in conditions of approval where we have these situations. So, yes, your first legal interpretation is my motion.
I guess ask Tammy.
Before you confuse the clerk over
Yeah.
here, maybe.
Yeah, so, well, I'll restate the motion. It was to replace condition 9D in 52 Groves MPUD with the last sentence of condition 46 in the 4G Ranch MPUD. I think you should take action on that motion, and then we can talk about the boilerplate.
Okay?
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion on that motion?
And just to be clear, and that includes also approval of the application, the amended application.
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay.
So on the boilerplate, I recognize that you can't control the Board of County Commissioners, but if you would like to make a motion that the boilerplate in section 9, it's the origin of section 9D, be replaced with the last sentence of condition 46 on a going forward basis, I think that there's a way for Ms. Snyder and Mr. Pitos to find a way to make that happen.
So moved. And thank you.
Is that clear enough?
I'll second that, John.
Okay, so for clarity, I want to just repeat that.
I guess just for clarity, when you say the last sentence, is that the sentence that starts with additionally? Or is that the sentence that starts with in such phases?
The one that's, I'm not sure you need the part that says in such phases, but let me find it.
Weren't we trying to allow additional room for trees and landscaping?
Yeah,
So it's the last two sentences.
I'm not sure you need the phrase in such phases, but it'd be to allow additional room for trees and landscaping, utility easements, and then the rest of it, basically.
Okay, so it's two sentences.
Yes, sorry, two
Okay,
sentences.
that's okay.
Yes.
No, I just wanted to clarify, that's fine.
And that's my intent,
Yeah,
yes.
gotcha, I understand.
Okay.
Just clarifying for the clerk.
So we have a motion.
So,
Do we have a second? Okay, and did Derek second? Further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay, now we have a place for the trees.
So can I just ask Ms. Snyder, can you convey that message to the other MPD reviewers so that we're not having multiple MPDs pulled from consent over a driveway flare issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder.
Mr. Chair, the following item is PC3, and that will be presented by Amy Toll, who is presenting from WebEx.
Thank you, Denise. Good afternoon. Amy Toll. Today we are hearing, if you could go to the next slide, Sonia. This is the 4G Ranch West MPUD, PDD 23-7661. The proposal is a zoning amendment or rezoning from MPUD Master Plan Unit Development to MPUD Master Plan Unit Development to allow the development of 1,500 single-family detached residential units on approximately 1,102 acres located north of State Road 52 subject property is located in this is actually the wrong slide. It's actually located in the North Market area, and it's also located in the rural service area.
It's the wrong presentation.
This is the wrong one that I sent you. I sent you the updated one earlier. Okay, so it's in the North Market area and rural transition area, being Area 2. Here is the location map for the proposed amendment, or proposed rezoning. The existing zoning is AC, agricultural, and MPUD Master Plan Unit Development. It's being proposed to MPUD. This is your surrounding zoning districts. And your current future land use is AG, agricultural. There is a companion comprehensive plan amendment to PD plan development that the Plan Commission has already approved. This is going to be your master plan. So the 4G Ranch master plan is allowing for approximately 1,500 single-family detached units. That is going to be equate to a lower density of a little over one dwelling unit per gross acre. On their master plan, as you can see, I've identified the area to the west being the Pasco Trails and Beauty, your access points along State Road 52. There's also a protected eagle's nest that is conserved within the NPD conditions of approval, and additionally, the subject site abuts a critical linkage to the east. The applicant is also requesting the following variations from the code. The variations from the code being LDC section 901.3M and LDC section 901.6.D11 due to the they would like to eliminate the connections to the northeast and west of the subject property. The proposed master plan unit development is bound by the north, being the crossbar well fields, which is conservation lands. And it's not appropriate to provide interconnections along the northern boundary, as well as the eastern boundary is the ecological corridor and future conservation lands. Additionally, interconnections are not appropriate there as well. And to the west is a platted subdivision already. The applicant has been in conversations with the Pasco Trails Development, and they have requested to ensure no connections to the west as well, to that development. And with that, we recommend approval of those rezoning with conditions to the Board of County Commissioners. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions from the dais for Ms. Stoll? Questions? Okay.
So, Clark, at some point during your presentation, could you please address why these conditions look a little different than prior ones that the Planning Commission has seen? Because I think this is the first one they will have seen after Senate Bill 1604.
Sure.
So that language is different. In addition, I think it's the first one with potentially the new townhome standards. So
Sure.
if you could explain those to the
Right.
Planning Commission, I'd appreciate it.
So Clark Hobby, Hobby and Hobby PA, 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida, and I have been sworn. I was going to make it a little bit briefer because I think we only have one person here that may be asking questions. I think Ms. Hazelwood, and I'll be happy to answer that. But David is right. You all will recall we had a pretty lengthy discussion when the comp plan amendment came through about what the project's about, and Amy's highlighted some of those things. But just a few things I would remind you of, and then to address David's point. 4G is owned by the Phillips family, and they own the property on the other side of the eco corridor where their family compound is, and they're in the middle of planning a very large addition to their compound and plan to keep that for many years. So they're very interested in having a high quality development here, and the current plan of attack is probably going to result in a large lot subdivision, really the likes of which we haven't seen in many years, a very high quality, probably a gated community. And we have been working with various, I'll just say it without naming projects that are going to have a lot of high-end employment in the county to hopefully be able to provide some of the executive housing we believe those projects are going to need. But because the family has this long-term vested interest and they're not constrained by the normal market forces that our builder clients are, they've been able to take a little bit of latitude here and give me more latitude. So as an example, even though the board hasn't formally weighed in on the new architectural standards for townhouses, the new right-of-way standards for townhouses in 40s and 50s, and new green space and landscaping requirements that are additional standards that if the board approves it in a month or so would apply to new MPUDs. We went ahead and took the liberty and incorporated them here. So we've gone above and beyond the memo from last year, which we should have been complying with, and added a bunch of new stuff about the architecture of the townhouses and so forth. And then again, just to remind you all, we did work with Pasco Trails. We had a community meeting with probably 50 attendees. It's been some number of months ago now, maybe 8, 9 months ago. And we did a combination of buffers along their side that they wanted, in some case creating some large retention pond areas. So they're happy. And we had one last neighbor to the very southwest corner that originally was objecting, and we're working with them, and we should have a letter of no objection hopefully by the time we get to the board. They're not here to object today, and I think they informally told staff they didn't object to it. Just a last couple of things I would say, and then I'll answer Ms. Hazelwood's questions. Just remember, on this project, it is where the reuse system occurs pursuant to the tri-party deal with the Phillips family, Swift Mud, and the county for the reclaimed water reinjection system. All of our project has been designed to stay out of that area, and we've designed and will design the engineering from the higher elevations of the groundwater that are occurring now rather than the pre-reuse system. So other than that, I'm just happy to answer any questions you may have.
So the only thing that Clark didn't cover was the Senate Bill 1604 issue, which is that on MPUDs that are approved after July 1st, we are now preempted from regulating architectural features on single-family detached or two-family units. What it doesn't preempt us from doing is if the applicant wants to voluntarily impose their own architectural requirements and enforce through the developer and the HOA, the statute clearly allows for that. So what used to be a condition that said that the county was imposing these architectural requirements now been changed in this MPD to say that the developer is proposing some very similar, probably identical architectural requirements to what the county would have imposed, but now they're going to be entirely enforced by the developer and HOA as opposed to the county. So that's one big change after Senate Bill 1604.
Okay.
Did I say that accurately, Clark?
Yep, that sounds good to me.
Okay.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day when a less than 10,000 square foot lot, less than quarter acre lot, is considered a place for executive housing. You'd think we were building a state residential on less than a quarter acre.
Well, but Mr. Moody, to be clear, I think what they're going to actually end up building when we come out of the ground will be 80 and 90 foot lots and greater is what that's where we're probably going to end up actually.
100 by 100's 10,000.
Yeah, quarter acre and larger, which nowadays that's considered a large lot.
Yeah.
Wow.
10 times larger than a 40 by 100.
So what justifies 85% lot coverage on these lots? There's no zoning district we have in our code that allows 85% lot coverage, and unfortunately we've approved quite a few MPUDs in here with 75% lot coverage, and now this one comes through at 85%.
I think it's an illusory number. We've simply picked a number that's to be large enough that once the landscaping and the other requirements are met, we'll never have a coverage issue. There have been times in the last few years when the coverage and what was included in the coverage was at issue, whether it was measured, for instance, on townhouses on the basis of the entire block or the specific
Well,
townhouse.
I understand that with the townhouse, that when they own just the land under the townhouse, that the lot coverage is 100%. But on an 80 by 100 lot or 100 by 100 lot,
yeah, I think
that's on a 10,000 square foot lot, we're leaving 1,500 square feet of non-built-on space. And remember, in our land development code, lot coverage is just the principal structure and accessory structures. That does not include driveways and sidewalks. And I'm like, well, why don't, at this point, we're going to end up with lots that are 99.9% impervious surface.
We won't be there.
In an area that's inundated with floodplains.
We can't achieve it anyway because of the landscaping and other requirements. My guess is on this one, Mr. Moody, and I honestly can't recall on the single-family detached product, but my guess is that we simply took standards from other MPUDs that have been approved recently.
I've yet to see one at 85%.
Oh, no, well, Murata and Epperson have 100%. And I believe Two Rivers may have 100% also.
I wasn't here for those, but, so I haven't seen them.
I mean, I don't know what the magic number is, John. I don't. But I also think it's a phantom issue, because I don't think if you're building 50-foot and larger lots that you're going to run into a coverage issue.
Well,
you're not going to get near the number.
Okay, so I'm not done. Where that goes to is to setbacks. Setbacks control coverage. And I'm looking at the 50-foot lots, and you want 5-foot setbacks, and I think that's in the rear.
No, I think we went to 7.5.
7.5.
Yeah, we moved to all of the new standards, which has a 23-foot driveway.
When I have a question about villas, and I see that you've got 23-foot minimum setbacks, similar to the last case we just heard, the 52 Groves. What makes the single-family attached villa different that it only requires a 20-foot setback?
The reason why I've been reluctant to change anything on villas is it hasn't been vetted through the development community. All of the board discussion was about single-family at the 40 and 50-foot wide lots and townhouses, and we spent probably 100 man-hours test fitting everybody's product, and we haven't done it for villas.
All right, so
I'm using the same
explain
thing.
to me, how does the villa differ from a townhouse product-wise? I'm not talking about setbacks. I'm trying to understand the product.
Well, generally, either a duplex or a villa is an attached single-story product that tends to be more horizontal in nature, whereas a townhouse usually is 2 to 3 stories and is not as wide, historically.
Okay, so I'm still trying to figure that out then.
So because it's more horizontal, it's potentially taking up more of the lot.
But the issue about the setback is that I've noticed, planning commission members have noticed, the county commission members have noticed that when we have a garage that's 20 feet from the back of the sidewalk, the back of my pickup truck and my trailer hitch hangs over the sidewalk, and I'm trying to figure out how that's different in a villa than it is with a single-family home or a townhouse.
These are all valid questions, and they should be discussed in the same process we've been going through with the development community for regulations on, if we want to regulate villas differently, we should look at doing that.
Well, I'm suggesting that we regulate them all the same. In fact, I asked earlier that we should potentially change the Euclidean districts to include that 23-foot setback rather than 20-foot setback, because I don't think your housing type dictates the type of vehicle you drive or the number of vehicles that you park in your driveway.
I understand the point. Like I said, what we haven't done yet, and if your point is we should instruct staff to work with the development community, and maybe in this new memo that we're working on, or the next memo, we want to look at that issue for duplexes, we can certainly do it. I just haven't done it, and I can't tell you it will fit now. And that's why I haven't included it here.
David, I want to ask you for some help.
Sure.
An interpretation. I went back this morning and looked at our land development code, and I looked at MPUD standards. And in 522-4A2, it talks about residential setbacks. And it says the land use standards as enumerated in this code, chapter 500, shall be used as the baseline setback for each single-family detached residential housing type. Variations in setbacks from those standards enumerated in this code, chapter 500, may be allowed for housing types other than single-family detached where permitted on the master plan. And it says the county may impose standards that are greater than ordinance requirements where deemed necessary to mitigate a compatibility issue. What I'm not understanding is this section of the code seems to dictate that we can't allow setbacks which are smaller than the code requires for detached. It clearly states for attached, we can do that, but not for detached. And so I'm curious.
So are you, can we do, we more from, you were talking about villas, which are not, which are
I know,
attached.
but he has, in this particular, and I haven't gotten to this point yet, we've got 50 by 100 lots, 60 by 100 lots, 80 by 100 lots, 100 plus by 100 foot lots. And what I'm more concerned is, and I appreciate the effort for the 23-foot garage setback and grade. What I'm not liking is the 10-foot primary setback. There was a case we had here, it was a few months ago, and it was over in Zephyr Hills near where the old Festival Park was. And I remember Mr. Girardi pointing out that the primary front setback being 10 feet, then being burdened by a utility easement wasn't enough to plant a tree. And we made that applicant go increase the primary front setback to 15 feet so that there was a little bit of green space. I appreciate the effort here, and we talked about this with having only 5 feet of the front yard burdened by a utility easement. But nonetheless, there's still utilities in that easement. And if one wants to plant a shade tree in that little area, where are the roots going? How close is this tree now to the front of the house? You know, we have a building code that requires that you have windows that are capable of being hit by a 2x4 at over 100 miles an hour, but we're not worried about planting a oak tree 5 feet from the front of your house.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand your question.
So I'm asking,
well, I guess I need to ask staff, are there any Euclidean districts that have front primary setbacks in them? Or are they all just, I mean, part of the confusion I have with your question is this MPUD has something called a front primary setback and a front garage setback, which are two different setbacks. I don't know if the rest of the Euclidean districts even have that. And then the corollary to that question is, do we have any Euclidean districts that have a setback of, front setback of only 10 feet residential?
The answer to the first question is that the districts don't specify, they just basically state a front setback regardless of whether it's the primary or the garage. And the answer to the second question, we have no zoning district that has a 10-foot front setback.
Okay, the reason it's not a straight answer to your question is because staff could take the position that they're still honoring the Euclidean setback as it relates to the garage, even if they're not honoring the Euclidean setback as it relates to the front primary, because there's two different setbacks, which I don't know which one we would use to determine whether they've complied with this code section.
I mean, literally, I don't have them all in front of me, but these standards have been used on a great number of MPUDs the last.
I understand that, and that may be, and I've
simply
even
increasing.
heard Commissioner Starkey say it one day, we've made some mistakes. And she was up there trying to correct those mistakes. I remember arguing with a very prominent land use attorney about that, and I actually appreciated the statement that they recognized that some mistakes had been made, and I'm trying to avoid doing a mistake.
Denise, what's the minimum front yard setback?
15 feet. That would be RMH.
So, I mean, without getting into trying to figure out how to apply this code section with your two different front setbacks, if the planning commission and or the board have an issue with 10-foot front yard setbacks, you can recommend and or require that there be a 15-foot setback. I mean, you don't have to make this argument. I mean, I understand why it's helping you.
And that's why I ask you for legal. I appreciate that.
I just think it'd be hard to apply this to something that's got two different setbacks in it. That's the problem, Mike. So I can't definitively say that these setbacks are prohibited by this section.
What I would hate to do is we forced another applicant to do it, and the board forced that as well. And I think ultimately they voluntarily complied, but the board was going to go there too, to not have that 10-foot front setback, especially when we're looking for more trees and landscaping in the front yard.
But to be clear, we're effectively, with the additional driveway, we're going 5 feet beyond what anyone else has done to this point on the driveway side, and we're adding new green space and landscaping actual areas out front. So there's going to be considerably more green space no matter what. No one has ever done those things in these MPUDs.
Well, I understand that, and I still haven't finished my line of questioning because this got completely skipped over in the staff's presentation. You're asking for a variation. I'm sorry, because I'm going to change gears a minute. And that variation is not to comply with the transit requirements in the Land Development Code because you've got a statement from Go Pasco that they don't run the bus out there. But you also want garage apartments or guest suites approved, which won't be counted as against entitlements in the project. And I'm trying to figure out if we have a 23-foot setback from the back of the sidewalk, and I've only got 10 feet to that front of the house, where's the people that are in my guest apartment? And I'm not opposed to guest apartments or granny flats. In fact, I think that might be a needed housing category, but if we're gonna have it, we have to have a place that they can park. And when we're already squeezed just for the primary structure, the principal residence, to figure out how we're gonna get the cars in the driveway, where are we parking the guests and those who live in the garage apartment? And I'll ask you if you would clarify what is a garage apartment? What is that? What's envisioned for that?
We haven't envisioned anything. The Board of County Commissioners asked us to include the ability to have garage apartments, so we pulled the same conditions that have been approved in probably 5 of the largest MPUDs and counting into it. That's all we've done.
So the question is does that mean I can take my garage, which is a parking space under our code, and convert it into an apartment? Is that what a garage apartment is? Like when you drive through Regency Park
No,
and
it's
Embassy Hills and they've pulled out the garage door?
The garage is usually, I mean, the apartment's usually above the garage. It's
Okay,
not
all right,
replacing
so
the
that's,
garage.
but nonetheless, if my Gen Z or millennial that hasn't moved out of the house needs to live in the garage apartment, I don't think it's unreasonable to think that they're not gonna have a car, and especially if I'm in a neighborhood where there's no bus service, and it's a long way to any commercial from this place, so we're not walking there. There's no commercial entitlements in this PUD. I can't go to the convenience store in this PUD. I have to drive out on 52, so I gotta have a place to park. And I don't know how I'm gonna do it with 23 feet between the sidewalk. How am I gonna put 3 or 4 cars in that driveway? I think that's the issue here that we've been struggling with these types of lots.
So you're saying that if I add more driveway, that's creating a parking problem for the same garage apartments that the board has stated publicly that it wants these standards in the code and is now approved, and Angeline, Two Rivers, Newport Corners, right on down.
We're parking them because that's something that's a practical issue in living in a neighborhood. I'm not opposed to garage apartments. I think we should have added those to our code a long time ago. And there was a point where I had an aging parent who I thought I might have to house. Unfortunately, COVID took him, but I think that that's a great opportunity for somebody to house an elderly parent or a kid that's trying to decide whether to go off to college, or that those types of housing opportunities are needed, but you have to have a place to park.
So
and
I think
this whole issue of 40-foot lots and 50-foot lots and setbacks has all been, a lot of this discussion is focused about how we're going to park the cars. And in this, and some of the answers is transit, but in this particular development, there is no transit.
So I think you need to get staff to address how they handle parking on a garage apartment or guest suite. Because this condition doesn't relieve them from any parking requirements. What it says is that it won't count towards density,
Right, I
And it has certain
understand.
requirements they have to comply with, and they still have to pay,
So they have to pay the mobility
they
fees.
still have to pay
that's
mobility
correct.
fees. It doesn't relieve them from any parking requirements, I don't believe. So I guess staff would have to address, do they require an additional space or not? I don't know the answer to that question. Brad, do you know?
Oh, somebody's glasses. Someone left their glasses out here.
Hi, Brad Tippin, Planning and Development. Yeah, the way our code is specified, it goes by a number of bedrooms. So if you hit a certain number of bedrooms, I think it's 4 plus. Once you hit 4 bedrooms, there's no additional parking required.
Okay, but let's say it's a.
So if this
say
is a
it's a
4-bedroom house and they had a garage apartment, there would be no additional
So
parking.
what if it's a 3-bedroom house and they add a garage apartment? Do they need to provide additional parking?
That would essentially trigger the 4th, in my opinion. I don't know that we've had that come up, but yeah, I believe that's the way that we would interpret it.
So
And I believe the number is, I believe it's 4. No, nobody's got it up. I think it's 4 bedrooms, it may be 3, 3 plus. But yes, wherever that dividing line is, I think we would consider this an additional bedroom.
They would require an
That
additional
would
parking
require
space.
that parking space if it's, yeah.
Which section of the code, I just recall, and I apologize,
Yeah, we
I'm
have
not
that same
trying to
problem.
be argumentative, I just recall that a single-family home requires 2 parking spaces. Where is it based on bedroom?
There's an average of 2.25.
It's in 907.1.
That is?
There's a table, yes. So 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms is 2 spaces per unit, and then 4 or more bedrooms is 3 spaces
Right,
per
I
unit.
think what we're,
Is that going to become a maximum?
well, no, that assumes that we actually pass such maximums, but I just see that at issue, and we're seeing this, 3-bedroom homes having only 2 parking spaces is proving to be inadequate. We're seeing it in places, we can drive through the older neighborhoods of Holiday Hills and Embassy Hills and Regency Park, and some of those are 2-bedroom, 1-bath houses, and they've got 3 cars parked on the front yard because they don't have the place to park.
3 cars and a boat.
So
Yes, and the boats.
I agree, Mr. Moody, but one of the things that's really a planning principal policy decision, I believe, and
That's why we're here.
So Brad, isn't staff proposing, aren't there some upcoming amendments to the parking?
Sorry?
Aren't there some proposed upcoming amendments to the parking standards in our code?
yes, there are.
So I think that's probably the best place to address that issue as opposed to, because this particular project is not seeking any deviations from
I
code
understand.
parking requirements.
Well, I understand, but are you familiar with what the proposal is on the code parking requirements? It's a wholesale change to remove the word minimum and change it to maximum. That's it.
It's actually a lot more.
Well, I
intricate than that, but-
listened to the HRT, but that is in a nutshell. There's no more minimum parking. It will be all maximum parking. I think that was Mr. Girardi's reason for the comment over there.
Those may or may not be a good idea. I'm not, I don't, okay. My point
To
is.
be discussed.
My point is this project, and I'm gonna say what Clark probably wants to say, is they're not seeking any deviations from whatever our code requires as relates to parking, even for the garage apartments. So if the planning commission has concerns that don't have enough parking for single-family neighborhoods with or without garage apartments, the appropriate place to address that, I think, would be in those future land development code amendments that are coming to the planning commission, where that's the appropriate time to be looking at those standards. I don't know that this project is doing anything that's gonna be inconsistent with whatever you might do. In other words, if you change the parking standards as part of that code amendment, this project will have to comply with them. So if you decide to make it 4 spaces per
Yeah, I understand.
per unit. They're gonna have to comply with 4 spaces per unit.
For any project that's not
So
built.
it goes to.
Yeah, anything that's not built, basically.
Mr. Chairman.
What it goes to, though, is to the setback. It goes to the front setback and making sure we have room to accommodate parking spaces. If I have a house in which I have, and I appreciate that the 23, so we don't hang over the sidewalk. I've got a 2-car garage, and I've got 2 cars parked side by side that don't hang over the sidewalk, and the rest of the house has a primary front setback of 10 feet. How will I ever accomplish the parking that I need for that garage, apartment, or guest suite? Or if I have the larger number of bedrooms that requires that I accommodate that parking, how will I do that? That setback would be in conflict with that.
Mr. Moody, if I might, I talked with my client. I understand you're an engineer, you know way more about this than I do, and I'm not doing the test fits all day. I can tell you in the first few, I think it's the top 3 in the table, we can go to 15 on the front primary, and I hope that addresses your concern. We weren't trying to, scare anybody. We're literally taking these out of other MPUDs. That's all we're doing. And if the board doesn't like how those are written, I just need to know, so we'll stop using them. Is that sufficient? That would address what's called.
Well, I'm not the only vote up here.
Okay, I know, but I'm asking you, if, I think that addresses your specific concerns. So that would be in the single-family detached villa, in the single-family detached A, single-family detached B, and single-family detached C.
So I have one other question. And I don't know, and I'm not picking on you about this, because I don't know that I've
C's already
seen
at
it.
25 feet, right?
Yeah.
So it'd just be the first 3, right?
I'm sorry, yes, not C, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was just.
Go ahead, John.
I don't know that
Thank
I've
you.
seen anything different in any other MPUD. So this particular one, we might have a couple commissioners that get excited, hey, I know one that's been pushing for 60 by 100 lots, and then to have some 80 by 100 lots and 100 by 100 lots, those seem like a luxury. But there's actually no language in the condition of approvals that says he has to actually provide any of those size lots.
And for
So
the last 15 years.
you could literally
there-
build 1,500 townhouses or villas in this MPUD. There's nothing that requires some minimum mix of these types of units or some
Well, we do have.
equivalency matrix to where they could trade them in and
It's a lot
out.
of acreage, your density is not gonna be that high, so there'd be no reason for them not to provide bigger lots. Otherwise, you'd be concentrating on a very small portion of that big piece of land.
To be clear, there is a 50, we have no 40s in this project.
I
Probably the
understand.
only project over 100 acres that hasn't had 40s in a decade.
Right.
So we're getting beat
And
up.
I would tell
over
you and
having-
the others that are doing those and the builders, the issue of 40-foot width really isn't the width of the lot. It's how much house we're putting on the 40-foot lot. That's why I go to the lot coverage and to
I
the
know.
setbacks.
And that's why it's got
The
the state.
50-foot lot, I'm not afraid of. You can put 20-foot lots if you want to put 5-foot wide houses on them.
Right. Understood, but also, Mr. Moody, again, we're going to 7.5 feet on the side, no one else is. So we're already adding 5 more feet on every lot at 50 feet. So we're 10%
No,
larger.
and I can appreciate that, and what I'm trying to get at is I don't know, and I'm like I said, I haven't seen this in others either. There's nothing that says he has to build any 50-foot lots or 100-foot lots or 80-foot lots. Is that appropriate? I don't know. I'll ask David.
So,
how's that been addressed
It's
in the past?
1.3 units per acre is what the density is working out to be. So-
Right, but what we're saying is he, nonetheless, without getting into a bunch of technical things that engineers will have to address, if one looks at a floodplain map of this property, if you want to look at the SwiftMud floodplain map viewer, you're going to see a giant sea of yellow. So yes, although the gross density is 1.3 dwelling units per acre, the net density where houses are actually clustered and constructed is going to be much, much greater because of those floodplain and wetland issues.
Well, I figured that, but I didn't think it'd be that.
So to answer your question, yes, you can impose a requirement for a certain minimum number of larger lots. It probably should be based on a concern for compatibility. I mean, if you view this as a more rural area that needs a mix of larger lots to be compatible with the area, then that would be a basis to do that. I think it's got to be area specific though. I don't know that you necessarily, if it was in the middle of the urban service area, if you're requiring 90-foot lots, and everything around it is 40s, that's probably not a good planning decision because you have a compatibility problem. So I think you could do it in the right area. If it's an area that's generally got larger lots in it, then I do think you could defend a larger lot requirement, if that's your question.
In my personal opinion, I think it would be appropriate, and I can understand this from a project marketing perspective. I may want to have a pot of development that offers larger lots, and I may want to have one that offers more compact lots. But there's nothing that stops him from only building an attached, there's nothing that forces the developer to provide a detached product. There's nothing that stops him from providing only attached product.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware, the board has never imposed that, to my knowledge, in the last 20 years, 25 years.
I've asked for legal advice.
No, I understand. I'm just telling you, we're not agreeing to it because it's arbitrary and capricious.
Well,
the project next door did not have to comply with it.
Well, no one's asked. I asked for legal advice.
Okay.
I may put that in the form of a motion. I haven't tried to impose it.
Okay.
I'm not sure that it's appropriate to impose this, but I'm asking.
And I think it would have to depend, like I said, it has to be location specific. For example, if the lots right across the street were 80 and 90-foot lots, then it might not be arbitrary for you to impose an 80 and 90-foot lot requirement because you're trying to ensure compatibility with the adjacent neighborhood. I don't know what the lot sizes are next to this project.
The two other projects in the rural transition area are approved with 40 and 50-foot lots. And where our net density is 1.83 units per acre.
Well, I tend to think the market's going to drive the lot sizes and the house prices and the house sizes, so I think it's really going to be a market decision anyway. They're not going to build something that's not going to sell, and I don't think we have enough knowledge to tell them what to build and how many of them to build.
Didn't know if that was a pro, that's why I asked for advice. I just noted that what I don't want is the expectation that just because this has standards for 60, 80, and 100-foot wide lots, that one thinks that this is necessarily going to be developed as such. There's nothing that requires that.
I do think that it's good that they accepted the 25-foot setback. I think that's very important.
50.
Yeah, I do too.
The only thing that might indirectly require it is just the overall density. That if they did develop the way you're talking about, with smaller lots or attached product, they'd be leaving a lot of land undeveloped, basically. They'd be clustering in a very small part.
I think they might be forced to when they have to deal with all the floodplains that exist on this property, but that's for their engineers to figure out later. That's not our job.
Just to clarify a couple of things, Clark, there was a conceptual plan included in the agenda memo.
Right.
Just from a lot layout standpoint, has anything been done as far as like product mix in order to get that 1,500 units?
That was purely, and that was done a year and a half ago before we even shredded the property. And the county, as you know, Jamie, requires that when you're going to submit an MPUD, you have to show that the lots could fit.
Right.
And all that was showing that the number of lots could fit. We don't anticipate that.
I think kind of where I was going with that was obviously they're not going to leave a large swath of developable property without units on it, but at the same time, they've got to take into account all the other factors. Clark, just in again, David, I don't know if this matters, but in the title of the memo, it says that it's development of 1,500 single-family detached residential units. Then in the memo itself, and I think in all the other approvals, it's detached/attached.
It should just say 1,500 residential units
Okay.
is what it should read. And I think that probably carried over from the traffic study because we studied with a higher amount.
Again, I don't want the misrepresentation of this is going to be 1,500 estate units, when in fact it might not be. It might be 1,500 townhome or villa units.
I agree with
think
you
that's
that
the
the
point.
title should be changed to
Yeah.
1,500
I agree,
residential
Jamie.
units.
There's no way we know that, and I, without speaking out of turn of things I've heard from the charrettes that have occurred, but I would tell you all that the more recent charrettes that they've done have yielded basically about a quarter of the number of lots that are sought in here. And if that's how they'll ultimately go, there will be considerably less lots. And John knows
I'm
for
hoping
all the
those
obvious.
executives are going to choose to live on acres and not quarter acres.
That's right. That's right. Well, but again, to your point, in addition to the areas that we have to stay out of for the county's reuse system and the wetlands that are addition to that, there's significant floodplain impacts that'll have to have ponds. So it will be a low density development.
So I realize we still need to hear public comment, but I don't want to forget these two changes that have already been discussed.
A, B, and C, front primary setback to 15 feet.
So I guess, can we get a motion to change the front primary setback for A, B? Is it A, B, and C, or just A, B, and B? I don't.
It's A, B, and C.
The single-family,
This was without approving the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
the attached villa A and B.
It's attached villas A and B, the top three.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's the top three. That's what I mean. I'm sorry.
So if we get a motion to change that setback from 10 feet to 15 feet, I'd like to get that out of the way now.
So moved.
Have a motion?
Somebody seconded it already?
Do we have a second? Further discussion on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
And then if we could get a motion to change the subject line of the application to, from 1,500 single-family detached residential units to just 1,500 residential units.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and
And
second,
third.
further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay,
Okay, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I'll sit down and we can hear public comment.
okay,
Thank you.
all right. So is there somebody who would like to speak on this or ask questions?
Miss Nancy Hazelwood signed up to speak on this item.
Pardon me?
The heck do I follow that? Nancy Hazelwood, 34110 Nice Place. So, Mr. Goldstein, I liked what you said about architectural standards, and those are going away, and he's doing a nice job on those. That's fine, but this is, and normally I'd love that, but I'm concerned about all the water around there and it being close to the well fields. This is one of those where I was thinking that if we had a biologist come in and talk to us and said, actually, what's the impact of all these
Like you said.
cars you're putting on the roads, all the new roads you're putting on that? Where's that runoff going to go? Eventually, I'm sure they have some things, but the major road 52, they can't do anything across that road, and this stuff's still going to go over there. Where's it going to? And, you know, sometimes after they say things, it doesn't come to pass, too. So, anyways, it would be nice if we had somebody up here to explain, actually, the impact on our natural resources.
Well, can I
Sure.
help you? Speaking as
As long
an
as they aren't
engineer,
gonna,
the applicant is going to be required to comply with all of the county's stormwater regulations and the state's regulations. In some respects, the county's regulations exceed what the state's are, which is probably a good thing. I would tell you that I personally had some of the same concerns given the relationship of this property to the well field, although I would tell you from experience, I haven't looked at the well logs for this particular well field, but generally those are deep wells into the Floridan aquifer, whereas stormwater runoff is going into the shallow groundwater aquifers. This is separated by lots of clay and lots of rock, so I'm not sure that one necessarily endangers the other. There are actually regulations that make sure one can't cut through that protective clay layer to endanger drinking water aquifers. But this property also has something else that's unique to it in that, I'm sorry, but for lack of a better term, we pump treated sewage onto this property for infiltration into the high groundwater recharge area.
Yes.
So I'm not sure that stormwater is probably the worst problem
Well,
that they're going to have to deal with.
It adds
out
to
here.
it. It's also like, I'm figuring what, 8,000 cars on the road from this project? 4,000? Clark?
I don't know if there's
That might be well, I think it typically, and they can let the traffic engineers get up there, but it's typically roughly 10 trips a day per residential unit, so rough math is 15,000.
Yeah. So.
And unfortunately, there's no interconnectivity to anything, so they're all going out on 52.
Well, Clark was saying it's going to be closer to a quarter of those 1,500.
Well, like I said, I'm hoping those executives choose to live on bigger than quarter-acre lots.
I don't know, I just keep hearing all this stuff about water, and I think just, something with all the wetlands and adding to it, I think we need to be careful with the injections and the whole rest of it. Or we're all going to have problems in the future. So, yeah, and it was interesting listening to your setbacks, by the way, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, was there anyone else? I don't think I saw anyone. Want to talk about your water?
Well, I'll talk about the water just for a minute. In addition to the regular standards we would meet, we do have two specific conditions. One is to Tampa Bay Water. In addition to staying out of any of their lines and easements that run through the site, we're actually going to notice them on all of our site plans and plats going forward, which I'm only aware of one or maybe two other projects in the whole county that have done that. So they'll be fully involved in the process. And then we have a specific condition number 33, which tells us that we have to stay away from the county's reuse project unless the county pulls it out.
With regard to Tampa Bay Water, that's just that they have transmission lines going through.
Yeah, or an easement going through there.
Okay, but it's not that they have production facilities.
No, it's just to get up to the well field.
Are there production facilities on the project for?
They're not on our site. They're north of ours on Crossbar.
4G.
Yeah, they're on north of 4G on Crossbar.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so I think we've heard everybody. Do I hear a motion? You want to construct that motion,
I'll make a
David?
motion to approve
I think just
PC3.
be moved to approve as amended.
Okay.
By your prior motion.
Yes, I did. I thought, yes.
So we have a motion to approve the application as amended through our prior motion.
And I will second that with an apology to Mr. Hobby because he didn't know that I was going to use this opportunity to start a discussion about setbacks and lot widths and all of that. And thank you for the productive discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is PC4, and that will be presented by Robert Irving.
Good afternoon, Robert Irving, Planning and Development.
Hi, Robert.
So this is item CPAS 2307, Curly Road and State Road 54. Which is in the name of PDD 230374. This is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. The proposal is to amend the future land use map 2-15 and sheet 22 from Res 6 to change the flu from Res 6 to COM to allow for commercial uses on approximately 8.31 acres. The site is located approximately 400 feet north of the intersection of State Road 54 and Curly Road. The property is located in the South Market area within the urban concentration area. You can see it right there, just east of I-75. This is the subject site right here. There's approximately, I believe, 5 parcels included in this. There's no wetlands, archaeological sites on this site. Here's a context map showing some of the other approved MPUDs within the surrounding area. Directly north is the Pine Ridge 54, formerly known as the 54 Fork MPUD, and directly to the east is the Chapel Crossing MPUD. The existing future land use, to the north is Res 6, to the east is Res 6, and to the south is Res 6 and also COM, and to the east, the existing future land use is COM as well. Proposed future land use is COM. And here's the zoning, which is currently AC, or AR, my apologies, agricultural residential. And the abutting zoning to the north is the MPUD Pine Ridge 54, which I mentioned earlier. To the east, it's AR and AC. To the south, it's C2, and to the west, it's AR. The proposed amendment is consistent with the following comprehensive plan policies. Policy Flu 1.6.2, location of commercial development. Policy Flu 1.6.3, transitional land uses. Policy Flu 8.1.2, South Market area establishment. And this comes with a recommendation of the Planning and Development Department that you find the proposed amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
All right.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question?
Yes. Go ahead, David.
I realize, Robert, you're not Miss Stevens, but
Correct.
did you take this over from Miss Stevens?
She's on online, and so is Amy as well to help answer any questions. I can.
Oh, okay. I just saw her name in the agenda.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay, if you're just standing in physically for her, but she's still handling the application, then I don't have a question. But that was just my question. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Robert?
No.
No? Okay, you're off the hook.
For the money.
Mr. Chair, on this item, the applicant has been granted 20 minutes, 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
All right.
Good afternoon. For the record, Kevin Reale, 401 East Jackson Street with Stearns Weaver Miller. Not planning on using the 20 minutes here. The application being pulled from consent. Just want to hit a couple high points and then hear whatever the questions are or comments are, and then we'll deal with those in rebuttal. We have our team here. I'm going to skip all the way ahead to the proposed future land use map. And so with the residential development in the surrounding area that staff showed, basically the market is requesting and demanding this be commercial. It's not as sought after for residential purposes in that intersection between Curly Road and 54. And so the applicant here originally came in with the piece that's furthest to the northeast there, and staff, seeing the land use pattern here, asked that we get the neighbors to join. We engage with the neighbors, and the neighbors joined the application to create basically a support node, which will be even more impactful as Chapel Crossings develops. Staff already went over the future land use policies, so I'll just stop here with the adequate public facilities, wastewater, reclaimed water, potable water are all adequate, and then transportation. The needs assessments was approved by staff and showed the area should operate within acceptable level of service. And of course, as you're all aware, those studies typically assume, not typically, they do assume the most conservative scenario. And I would offer to the commission that, given the location with Curly Road here, has potential to prevent trips going down onto 54 for the developments to the north, grabbing those services before they go to 54. But with that, I'll stop unless there are any questions from the commission and wait for comments and respond with our
I
team.
do have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to make sure you're aware that, I guess it's more of a comment than a question. the Curly Road is eventually going to be realigned to go, it won't necessarily follow this alignment permanently. And I just want to make sure your client is aware of that, because the traffic flow that exists there today that may support commercial may not be there 10 years from now. So, are you aware of that?
Well, I mean, what we were aware of was more how the node was shifting to the east with Chapel Crossings, and I think that construction's already started. As far as realignment of Curly Road, I haven't been aware of that. Cynthia might.
Well, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
the new Curly will go through Chapel Crossings. I'm not
Right.
saying this site that can't support commercial.
Right.
I just want to make sure your client is aware that the traffic flow that exists today may not exist 10 years from now, and Curly ultimately goes through Chapel Crossings.
Yes, we're aware, because it's going to shift east, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah, and the idea being that some trips will be captured coming down by the existing development that's there now, but there's also going to be pass-by capture for, it's 54's large road.
And I guess a corollary question to staff: once Curly gets realigned, will this section of Curly still be considered a collector, I'm assuming? The answer is yes. Somebody know that?
If memory serves me, on the map I was reviewing yesterday, it still showed that, but I can't say for certain.
Is anybody in your team that knows the answer to that?
Is the dotted line there?
Transportation shaking his head, so I don't think so.
Is the dotted line there the proposed realignment?
No, the realignment, Steve Henry could probably answer my question. He knows the realignment I'm talking about.
This is Amir.
Yes. Okay.
Steve, I can't even tell you're talking. There must be a ventriloquist.
Go ahead, Amir. What's the answer?
Yeah, the answer is that we remain as a major road.
Okay. Thank you, Amir.
Good job, Steve.
And for the record, that's Amir Jamali on staff.
Any other questions from the commission? All right, we'll stand by for public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anybody from the public that has questions?
We do. We have Jennifer Asaro signed up to speak on this item.
Okay.
And to remind the Planning Commission, you're sitting as the LPA on this item. Just want to make sure that you're aware of that.
Jennifer, you could state your name and address, please.
Jennifer Acero. My address is 5848 Lakefront Drive in Wesley Chapel. So my house...
You've been sworn, right, Jennifer?
I'm sorry?
You've been sworn.
Yes, I have. So my house would be directly across from the proposed development. I'm the third house in, closest to the lake. So my concern is the county is doing a great job on 54 expanding that. It has relieved some traffic. But Curly Road is not in any way, shape, or form, it's backed up every day. I cannot get out of my neighborhood to turn left, so everything has to turn right. The proposed plans that, the concept plans that Solid Rock Property Group did had an entrance going in from 54 and an exit going out Curly Road that was across from my entrance to my neighborhood. There's no way anybody will be able to safely, I should say, turn right or left out of that complex, because there was just supposedly a storage originally, which that's still there in the plans, that's fine. But then there's a grocery store that is in that plan that the concept plan that they had developed. So, you know, my other concern is that we already had a commercial development on the other side of our neighborhood, which was a Lowe's, which will be put in. So our neighborhood will now be sandwiched between Lowe's and this current development. So my concern is for traffic. And so also concerning our schools, because I work at the school for the past 9 years, our school buses, I know it's partially because of you know, school bus shortage, but they are complaining that they're tied up in traffic. So in that Wesley Chapel complex, which has the elementary, middle, high school, they're getting hung up in that traffic on Van Dyne if they try to take an alternate route, or on Curly. to onto Wells Road. They can't get there on time, so kids are as much as an hour late to school. Whoop. So.
You have a minute left.
Still a minute.
Oh, I still have a minute. Fabulous. Okay. So unless something was done with Curly to expand that at that location, I don't see how it could hold a grocery store. Storage, maybe, but grocery store, I'm not so sure about that. Also, we flood. So we have a pond there, which is great, but when we get a really heavy rain, that area, it tends to flood anyway. And I know that there's a storm thing set up in their plans, but I don't even see the plan that was advertised in the paper, but.
I'm just trying to, what road do you live on?
I live on Lakefront Drive. So you look and you turn into that main entrance, the double drive, and make your first right. So literally my house is on the back side of Curly Road. So my concern also is that, am I gonna have lights flashing in my house all night long? That's the other piece. There's no sidewalks at all on that road.
There's no sidewalk, there's no edge or.
There's no edge, there's no, it's literally grass. Like, so that part of it, nobody could ever get to it without using a car. There's no way to walk there or bike there.
Yeah.
So, those are my concerns that I have for that area and projection.
And just to clarify, so this is an amendment to the future land use to be able to be allowed to be commercial. If there's a commercial project that's then developed later on, if it's rezoned to that and it's developed as a commercial project, they'll be required to be held to all of the requirements for setbacks and for landscaping and traffic studies and so forth for the development, for whatever project's being developed. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, and I also know too that developers can change their mind. So given the current circumstances of our new laws that we have in our legislature, they could easily change that. I'm not saying they will, but they could turn it into an apartment complex, another one. So that also needs to probably be taken into consideration, that we do not need another apartment complex in that area.
I'm related to that issue, because I know our board's gonna ask that same question. Staff, is there a companion rezoning going with this?
If there is one, I don't see the record as of yet. There is a pre-application meeting that's scheduled for August 8th. It has not been held yet. So perhaps they're wanting to speak on the rezoning at that stage.
I mean, it's a legitimate point, because our board typically wants some assurance from the applicant that they're going to deed restrict it to not put in Senate Bill 102 affordable housing if we're changing it to commercial. Normally we do that in the context of the companion rezoning. I'm a little more concerned if there isn't a companion rezoning. So
I don't see an application other than a pre-application meeting to discuss the commercial development of this property. It's scheduled for August 8th, and what is being proposed, according to the pre-application meeting, is a convenience store with gas pumps and a grocery store. Looks like a fairly small one.
Well, if we could just get the applicant, well, I'll wait till the rebuttal and I can ask them the question about what they want to do.
Once again, like I said, I know my time's up. Once again, storage facilities, okay, there's not that much traffic in and out. But if you're talking about in that kind of a residential area like that, where there's no expansion on Curly yet and no turn lanes. I have one turn lane to turn into my neighborhood, and that's it. There's no turn out lane either. So if you're speaking about grocery stores and now you're talking about gas stations, Curly Road will, all you do is drive down it during a busy time.
So ma'am, just so you know, and I was trying to raise this point earlier, but I think the county has recognized that that existing Curly Road is a problem, which is why the county has planned for a new, even though it's called Chapel Crossings Boulevard, that would effectively be the new Curly Road when it connects. Chapel Crossings Boulevard will eventually connect to Curly Road, which should divert a lot of traffic off of your section of Curly Road.
I could appreciate that. I was told that one overpass open too.
That lines up with, I believe, is it Meadow Point Boulevard? Meadow Point Boulevard. So it's likely that more people will travel on Chapel Crossings Boulevard versus existing Curly once that road connects.
That would be good, except for the large amount of apartments are already on that corner.
Yeah.
And the other development that's already there. So they're gonna be utilizing that. So like, I appreciate the expansion is trying to happen as quickly as possible, but we're building faster than we're expanding our roads. And so in the community, we're told, oh, they've opened overpass. Okay, that is gonna help to relieve some. It hasn't relieved any. Okay, then we're told, you know, and as far as like the school situation is concerned, our buses come from Zephyr Hills. So yeah, they could cut through Watergrass or they could cut, but there's only 2 roads to get to those chapel complexes. So we already have kids who are walking on the side of Curly very unsafely, I might add. But that's a whole nother committee. I know it's not you guys. But my concern is adding more automobile traffic is a concern, a safety concern that I have.
So that may be better addressed at the zoning meeting where we have more detail as to what exact project is going to go there. Because if we update the future land use and then they want to rezone it commercial with the idea of putting a storage unit, then that'll be a moot point. So that might be a better time at that meeting to address that.
Is that the one on the 8th?
Well, that's what we're going to find out.
Well, it sounds like they haven't even submitted an application yet. They have a pre-application, maybe. But we'll ask the applicant what their intention is for zoning once they come back up.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll be notified.
Thank you very much.
And to clarify, I did find another pre-application meeting. This one was held on 6/21 of 2023, just on a different parcel, where they discussed potentially rezoning to MPUD or rezoning to commercial. They were told to rezone to commercial. We don't have a zoning application into commercial, and this was for a self-storage facility.
On this site or a different site?
On this site. So these are several parcels, so there's an idea for one parcel and then an idea for another parcel. So the other parcel is the one that's pre-apt for 8/8 of 2023.
I'm sure the applicant will clarify this when they come back up.
Do we have somebody else from the public that wants to speak? If not, the applicant come back up and maybe address those concerns.
Yes, sir. Kevin Raley, again for the record. The reason that the rezoning applications are not going at the same time is because when we first met with staff to discuss this node, they wanted more property to come in to make it a proper node and not make it piecemeal or strip. And so there's different owners and different contracts. So once this application went forward, we understand the neighbors to the west who are part of this application, which is the small grocer and convenience store gas that was mentioned. They put that property on the market. So because those parties aren't working together, the rezoning isn't aligned that way. The applicant that I'm here with for the portion that was shown for the meeting that we had earlier in June is for self-storage. The discussion there is whether or not to go MPD or Euclidean and use a deed restriction. And those are being discussed. And essentially, as soon as we get this application moving forward, we will follow up with the rezoning, probably with 2 applications.
I guess my question for you is, whether it's Euclidean or MPD, are you willing to restrict the site so it doesn't become Senate Bill 102 affordable housing?
So I can't speak to the applicants to the west because I only have the contract purchaser here with me for the property that's being considered for self-storage, which is again the northeast portion. The restriction doesn't matter to them. The manner of it, we prefer to not have a deed restriction. We'd like to find a better way to do it, and that's why we're considering MPUD, because then the use would be clear on that, and we could restrict it based on the conditions. But yes, we're going to cooperate with the county with that. We just haven't gotten there.
Okay. So,
if I may, with Senate Bill 102 or Live Local Act, now that it's past July, that is obviously tied to the zoning, as you're aware. And so, given with the 2 different parties, we're trying to deal with this at the zoning stage so that each party can deal with their own real property.
I guess what we're saying is that you're likely to get a motion that would include the restriction. And so we want.
Well, to be clear, we can't impose this restriction. They have to voluntarily restrict it themselves. So we can't really do it at the comp plan stage, because the only tool we have at the comp plan stage is sub-area policies, which would be us doing it. They could, whether it's an MPUD or Euclidean zoning, they could restrict it themselves in the MPUD or Euclidean zoning. We just don't have that application in yet. Sounds like this applicant is willing to restrict themselves for their parcel. We just don't know what the answer would be on the other
Which one is your parcel?
The northeast parcel, the larger one to the northeast of the 5. So the 4 congruent pieces, and then the one that's on the northeast is the one we're discussing.
I guess, is it normal for us to get an application? Because this is not county initiated, right? This is applicant initiated?
This is applicant initiated. The county asked us to complete the node, and so the contract purchaser went out and contacted the neighbors and asked that they'd be interested in joining the application. So they have joined the application. I just can't confer with them real time on that, because only one owner.
Is there a reason they're not here? Are they here?
The contract purchaser for the property to the northeast is here, not the contract purchaser for the 4 lots.
It makes it sort of tough for us to.
I mean, well, but there's not really a mechanism to limit at the comp plan stage anyway, to your point. And so I understand to some extent it's kicking the can down the road, but it's still going to come back before you. And whether that's an MPUD condition or a deed restriction, I know that.
Well, to play devil's advocate, though, what happens, because you're committing that you would agree to that restriction. What happens if they come in and say, I won't commit to that. I want it to be commercial and I want it to be live local, act affordable housing.
Then you wouldn't be able, they wouldn't be able to develop, because
but it's already calm, but it's already calm at that point. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna have a hard time denying their commercial rezoning if it's already calm.
There's also no mechanism to do it at this stage, though. So
I don't have to approve their commercial, though.
That's our mechanism.
The intent right now, both properties are under contract with commercial developers right now. So I don't think that there's any risk at this stage, and you all will hold the control when we come back for the rezoning. And it's just a matter, we're trying to work with staff here to have a bigger node, and I don't mean that critically of staff. We think it makes sense from planning purposes. We thought it made the application better. It's just speaking for them today.
I'm not blaming you in any way.
Right, yeah.
I'm a little, I guess, annoyed that they're part of this application and not here. I mean, if they're part of the application, usually we'd be able to ask a question to the applicant and get an answer. It feels like half the application isn't here.
Right, they were the ones that we added in. They signed the affidavit and gave us the limited approval to seek the common change.
I mean, there's normally an expectation when you have something on the planning commission agenda that the applicant team is here to answer questions. I feel like half the team isn't here. So I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying, where's the other half of the team?
But the questions you're asking are so specific, and House Bill or Senate Bill 102 says zoning in it, that we worked with staff and they said we'll deal with this at the zoning stage. I don't. The other thing too is I don't what even a commitment here wouldn't change. There's no way to codify the commitment other than the record here, right? There's no mechanism to put a condition on.
I don't disagree, but if the property owner is verbally committing that they will restrict it at the time of zoning, I think it carries some weight. I mean, it'd be hard for them to then say, when the zoning comes through, say, I'm not going to agree to that, when they've committed to the planning commission and board that they will agree to it.
Yeah. I mean, I would just say that then you don't approve the zoning.
I completely understand your thought, David, but I'm thinking if somebody wants to do affordable or workforce housing on this project,
it's already Res 6.
They are already Res 6. They don't need to do a comp plan amendment. I can't see why anybody would.
There's a big difference, though. There's a big difference, though. Under Live Local, they're not limited to Res 6. It can be the highest density in
Okay.
24 units an acre.
And they're not limited on, and the height is the highest height we have in the,
And I actually find the discussion somewhat amusing in that we're worried about that this might become high-density workforce or affordable housing, and what we're being told is it's probably going to be self-storage. I can't imagine the board's going to be wild about that either.
they may or may not, but that'll be addressed when that zoning comes in. I'm only previewing to you, I'm trying to help you here.
Right.
Because the board's gonna ask the same question. And because every commercial and industrial plan amendment that has come since Live Local was adopted, they ask this exact question. And normally the answer we get from the applicant is, no problem, I'm happy to deed restrict it or condition it in the MPD so that I'm not doing affordable housing. You've answered the question as it relates to your property, the property you control. It would just be nice to get an answer. You're going to get the question, so my recommendation to you would be that you get the other half of this team to show up to the hearing.
Okay.
So they can commit to the board. I don't know if the planning commission wants to move forward, that's up to the planning commission, but my point is that I guarantee you the board of county commissioners is going to ask you this question, and it's not going to fly if you only don't know the answer for the other half of the application.
Right. Well, the other part that I would say is that, you know, the fear of Live Local, and I understand Pasco's concern being more rich in housing than in job-creating land uses. But right now, it's a residential land use. And so, and of course, the distinction being the density, for sure, right? Live Local it's a very sweeping preemption. But the effort to go through, our application came in before all the steam started with Senate Bill 102. The contracts are, for all the land, are set for commercial uses. I mean, I can do everything other than speak for the owners who have been very hesitant to work with us because we knocked on their door and said, do you want to do this? And then they started marketing their property, and then they started growing that. But there's no ability to do commercial here now. We're asking to add the ability to do commercial, and so I don't know how it hurts the county to deal with it at the zoning stage when even if it was residential, it's residential now. Now the density is a different issue, but that's certainly something that's in the control of the board at the rezoning stage.
It was my point, and this goes directly to the neighbor's concern, okay? There's a big difference between, even if it ends up being residential at Res 6 versus Res 24, which is potentially allowed under Live Local, God knows what height, okay? I don't even know what the maximum height is in this. It's unlimited?
If it's in the urban service area, it's unlimited.
All right, so apparently no maximum height at 32 units per acre. That's a big difference between that and Res 6. So yes, it does affect the county to change it to commercial, because I don't know that this area was planned for 32 units an acre at unlimited height.
So, David, are you saying that if the future land use is changed to commercial, then we lack the legal ability to?
Well, technically, the zoning has to be changed to commercial for it to invoke Live Local.
That's what I'm saying, but we lack the legal ability to deny that zoning if that deed restriction.
The problem is once it's COM, it's hard to argue that there's any other zoning.
And it's a conflict
Right,
zoning,
you're going to sort of have to change it to commercial if it's COM. I mean, what other zoning would be? You have to be C1 or C2, right? There's no other zoning that's consistent with COM. So by changing it to COM, it's effectively forcing us to change the zoning.
Could change it to C1, which would be very limited.
You could change it to C1, that's true, but it's probably going to have to be C1, C2, or MPUD.
Right.
I don't know any other zoning that would be consistent with COM, right, Denise?
That's correct. Maybe C3 limited to certain uses that are consistent with COM, but C1, C2, C3.
But again, this is normally, we've heard a lot of these since Live Local was adopted, and this is never normally an issue because the applicant, the entire applicant team is here, and they say, I'm happy to commit not to make it affordable housing. And I'm not blaming this gentleman because he can only speak for his client.
Right.
And his client is saying exactly what the board would ask them to say. It's just that we don't know. And this isn't just because of Live Local. It's a little annoying to get an application without the applicant here.
But remember, that was in response to staff. I mean, if the board here, the commission wants to just do it to our parcel, fine with me, right? That's not an issue.
You could.
But that hurts, I believe that hurts the planning purposes of it.
I mean, you
And we could be
could
prepared for
in
the
theory just
BOCC.
put a pro com on their parcel. I don't know if staff would still support it, and I guess I'll defer to staff on whether they would still support it if we carve out the piece that, where the applicant's not here.
You just have to have a separate comp plan amendment, keep me around for that other parcel.
To David's point here, just to the east of that property line there is an extremely large apartment complex already there that I would say is at least a minimum of 4 stories high. It's a very large complex in this area already. And
So I guess I need staff to weigh in on whether they would still support this change to COM if we excluded what I'll call the 4 lots that are where the applicant's not here.
Nectarios Pitos from Planning and Development. So just a question for you, David. Would that then mean that those 4 lots start the process over under separate applications if they wanted to follow through with COM, and say they came back in a later hearing to also volunteer deed restrictions? Or can they come back later? It's just a clarification.
I mean, in theory, they could marry back up again at the board level, but those 4 would have to come back to the planning commission. I'm not sure they have to start over, but they would need a separate recommendation for those 4 parcels from the planning commission. If they got a recommendation of approval, in theory, they could marry back up again at the board level to be in one application. My question would be, though, let's just say that they show up and say, hell yeah, we want to do live local affordable housing. That's why we're doing this, okay? And let's just say planning commission says, well, then we're not recommending approval of your change. Would staff still support this change to COM if it was only the eastern parcel, is my question.
I think we would support the eastern parcel.
You would?
Yeah.
By itself.
I'm sorry?
And let me ask staff one more question. Did the applicant, the western 4 parcels, did they know about this hearing? And they just elected not to show up? Did they think you were going to represent them? I'm not sure what their thought process was.
The idea, yes, we represent them for the change, but we haven't had after talking with staff and saying we would readdress this at the zoning level because the property was going to run separate, we didn't get the specific authority for this. I just don't want to speak for them, but I do have an idea. So I'm happy to go on the record and say that the restriction will happen, and we will confirm with the owner to the west. And if they say no, we'll ask for a remand at BOCC.
If we took a break, can you call the owner?
I don't think so, because it's a family and we have to go through their council. It's not.
Is it one owner of all 4 parcels?
What's that?
Is it one owner of all 4 parcels?
There are multiple owners and they're working through one council, right, John? Yeah, there's one representative, but there's multiple owners. It's a family.
Can we recommend approval to the board if they agree to that condition or deed restriction?
And if we have an issue with that, I'll ask for a remand at that hearing.
Well, the one problem we have to be careful of.
You can't technically.
This is voluntary.
Right, it's voluntary, right.
Well, which is normally why we ask the applicant, are you volunteering to do it or not?
Right, exactly.
Well, I mean, look.
As we twist around.
We're not taking issue with our piece, but it's not very voluntary from this seat.
And in the applicant's defense, they did not adopt the Live Local Act. They didn't call it, and they're right, they probably applied before they even knew this was an issue. But now it is. Not their fault, but now it is. So,
I mean, it's something.
This is basically an unintended consequence of the Live Local Act, probably, that now local governments are reluctant to change property to commercial because of the legislative preemption.
The question for you, David, you talked about remarrying the 2 at the board level, meaning that they would have one single hearing, not if we were to break this property out. Where I'm going with that is Is there any difference in time for this applicant if we were to just continue this until they can get the rest of their party here versus trying to have one vote today, waiting a month till we're here in Dade City again for them to get the other half of the team here to vote on that and then remarry them at the board? What's the difference if
So
we just
you
continue?
need to ask applicant and staff that question. I don't know the answer to that.
I mean,
Well, can you explain your proposed solution again?
I mean, I would prefer to go on the record and say that we've already talked about the northeast parcel, that we will have agreement from the other owners, and then if we don't have that agreement, I will request a remand at the BOCC, and we can address whether or not we divorce the properties at that point, which, I mean, I think that's going to be a lengthy process that we'd rather not go through. So, I mean, I'm confident that all of the contracts that are in place are for commercial, so I don't anticipate an issue. I just can't hang myself out to dry.
Well, the
without running
fear,
by them.
I will tell you, that we had somebody come up to the last planning commission meeting who said that after Live Local, there's apartment builders from all over the country that are looking for property in Florida. So they may have it under contract today for commercial, but given the price that apartments are willing to pay, that contract may quickly go away. So that's the concern.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, and that's why I'm not extending any further than what I'm saying, because
I personally think there's another issue here, and I realize this is at the land use stage, and even at the zoning stage, you don't have to commit to a particular use.
If we do
You made
MPD.
a statement earlier that Pasco is housing rich, and I don't want to call us jobs poor, but not as rich jobs.
By a ratio, maybe.
Give a jobs deficit.
I just can't see the board
jobs
getting
deficit,
excited
yes.
about self-storage because they're not going to see that as creating a bunch of jobs here either.
Well, and we will have to address that at the zoning stage, but the discussion there would be the particular piece of this node being up off of 54. That seems the more appropriate part of the node for that use. And we expect, a more intense use in the other portions. But again, I don't anticipate everything coming in at the same time with that. That's been discussed, but no traction on that. And that, again, that's the reason why we're not here with a companion application.
Well, the board has adopted regulations on self-storage already. And I guess maybe to address your concern, would self-storage on this site be able to comply with those regulations?
Yes.
I see the applicant nodding yes. Can staff say yes or no? Is that a yes from staff too?
I'm not sure that staff's.
They don't have a plan.
Yeah, we haven't applied, so we've tested it, but.
Well, I think it requires it'd be a certain distance from State Road 54. Does it at least meet that distance?
That's right. Brad Tippett again, Planning and Development. It is likely that it will meet the distance requirement, or a portion of it could. So, we just have to get into the site plan to see how it actually lays out. So, theoretically, yes, there's potentially an engineering solution here. Could they be restricted in the number of units or the type of design?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. The board didn't necessarily say that they don't want any self-storage in Pasco County. They adopted regulations saying that they didn't want them on major employment corridors. It may be that when you set it's not right on 54, so I don't know that, well, I'll call this Old Curly. It may not be considered a major employment corridor, so maybe it is appropriate. So I don't know that the answer is definitely that the board would say no to self-storage in this location.
Yeah, I agree.
There probably are some locations in the county where that the board would say they're appropriate for self-storage. This may be one of them. We'll know, that'll be determined through the zoning process. It's a point well taken. I'm just saying that it's not like the board has a moratorium on all self-storage.
I understand that.
Okay.
And I mean, I guess the other thing too is being controlled by the bar. If the plan is acceptable to you all, I will go on the record and say that, and then it'll be my obligation to confer with them because I have to represent the clients properly, and then it would be on me to request the remand if they don't agree. And so if that's amenable to the commission, I will go on the record and say that yes, some sort of deed restriction, whether by MPD condition or by deed restriction, will be amenable at the zoning stage. And then if I'm not able to secure that by BCC, I will ask for a remand.
I think that sounds like a reasonable solution.
I'm okay with it if the planning commission's okay with it.
Okay,
But I would tell you that you need to make sure those owners, either you have clear authority to represent them at the board level, or you have them show up.
right.
Yes. Well, I mean, we have the affidavit authorized. I just don't want to speak to something that I haven't discussed with them.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's important. I mean, normally I would not approve anything that I didn't have the applicant here or a representative that could full-throatedly speak for them. But I think you come up with a solution. I know you're in a situation where you're difficult. I think it's a reasonable suggestion, so, and I think we've had everybody have a chance to speak. So, without further ado, hear a motion.
How do we want to word this?
I don't think you have to do any special
I
wording.
don't think you can't
Yeah.
condition this anyway, so
I'll
there's nothing you can do.
move to recommend approval of item PC4.
I can second that.
We have a motion, and we have a second, and we have the recorded testimony of the applicant as in terms of his willingness to
And
submit.
it's 5 parcels, correct?
Yes,
I believe there are 5 parcels, yes.
Yes, yeah. Okay, any further discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, motion carries. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Break those muffins in. influx of rooftops,
Yeah.
it's traditional for
killing you.
commercial to follow roofs. And what we're finding is that we don't have enough
So where'd you
commercially
hit?
zoned land to support all of these rooftops. So now we're in this predicament that if we're damned if we do and damned if we don't. We either provide a commercial desert or we open ourselves up to the threat of live local.
We love it over there. I mean, it's so different than Daytona, even though it's a mile apart. It's just isolated.
And they said that's an aspect of it there, not from me.
No.
So that might get cleaned up in session.
Don't get bit by a shark.
If you go back to this, I tried to hear, I go over to the beach, and I usually go to the beach, and I'm going to go every night, I work all day tomorrow.
Tell you.
It's sort of sitting there, should be a
Every
redevelopment.
year they have a bunch of shark bites. Talking about shark bites on the East Coast.
Damn sharks are active this year too. You see that video over in Destin?
Yeah.
Them down that big. That was a big ass
Yeah,
shark.
but those local governments also have the ability to change their flu and zoning on those quote unproductive parcels. They control that. My particular issue, I find this to
I've seen
be,
on the videos recently, the drone videos,
And I-
in Causeway, right?
maybe didn't
People on kayaks
quite
and
as
stuff.
eloquently as I
It's like-
should have last
like-
meeting
There's like tons of sharks all
stated.
around.
I said I was ideologically opposed, but you are going to.
I've seen it on the news a couple
We
different
haven't done
times.
anything to make housing affordable other than offer a tax subsidy, which at some point runs out. And when that pot of money runs out, well, then we're back to where we were.
When you said that, I was like,
How often have you seen them out around the beach?
Occasionally. I mean, they're there. Everybody's there.
I agree, the only thing that.
You go golfing at all?
I haven't in a couple of years.
Well, I think there's things we can do. I think there's some things that, one of the things that
It's
I've
fun, but
seen through my practice
it's just
is that there was a time when a developer could go through
So I've gone with
and
them.
do the horizontal development and sell the lots,
I'm not a-
make
I
a
don't- I'm not a big
profit.
scout.
The builder could come in and build a
And then when
house
you get
which
them,
the market
you're out there all day and you get handfuls.
trying to be careful about.
What is it?
That's not the case
Oh, you
right
forgot to read the.
because the cost of horizontal
Mafia lady what?
development exceeds what the actual value of that lot.
Oh, I have to read that every time?
And so there are
No.
things we can think about doing
I thought I
to reduce the cost.
read it last
Maybe
time.
things nobody wants to do. Like for
Oh,
instance,
really?
we're
Okay.
going to make a sidewalk on one side of the street. If one has a residential cul-de-sac
So I
street
started out
that
with
has
the bada
20
bing, bada
houses
boom.
on it, is it the end of the world if there's a sidewalk on one side of the street versus two? I could think of neighborhoods like, I had a house I was renting for a while in Jasmine Lakes. There's no sidewalks in Jasmine Lakes. If you're living on one of the residential streets,
What are they gonna bitch about?
it's fine. Jasmine Boulevard not having sidewalks, yeah, that's a problem. Gulf Harbors. Gulf Harbors has no sidewalks
Oh,
other
man.
than on the Parkway and Florida.
Really?
Finish that in a hurry.
The peppermint ones?
Elderly people walking their dogs.
Believe me, I'd love to,
By
huh?
cars where they don't have things. And those neighborhoods have been very stable for many, many years.
Yeah.
And I'm not
That's a big one too. It's about this big around.
Pounds of what?
things we might consider doing. I think, obviously, a subdivision collector, you need sidewalks on both sides of the road. I'm not sure we need subdivision
So you get back,
collectors
that's
that
how many
have
are left.
You
bike
know, they
lanes,
name streets after
sidewalks,
guys like you.
and a multi-use
One
trail.
way.
You get rid of the bike lanes and
Did you see the,
One way.
multi-use
Did you see-
trail, and, I mean, I think there's some things we can
Yeah, do that, would you?
to lower
Remind
some
me.
of the cost.
Did you see the subway that had that sign on the, they had the little marquee and everything? Oh my god, it's terrible. Instead of our subs don't upload.
We have to do that, one way or the other.
That is terrible.
That's so awful.
That is terrible.
Who puts that up there?
That sounds like that sounds like something nobody's was for a while.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Tom
Agreed.
Doty, don't forget to tell him what you don't want to be seen in.
Right.
It's morbid.
Yeah. He's got one picture of a lady with a dress. It
Yeah.
says, "Don't be caught dead in this dress."
I'm waiting for the shark.
And I also think that when I said what I said during the last
That's where he's
meeting, the
going.
other place that needs to get attacked, and we need
Make sure you come back
representation
in one piece, buddy.
at the state level.
Not
Because
one
I've watched
piece.
this.
Come back in one piece.
When the Florida
I guess it's been 5 minutes, hasn't it?
We're gonna wait for
came
this.
into being, the purpose was so that we have uniformity between one end of the state and the other.
Sharks don't eat much.
For the most part, other still local
They
amendments.
used to cut you up in pieces.
But
They
that
just take a
building
little
code
chunk.
has gotten more, it never got less restrictive, it's
Where-
constantly more restrictive.
Yeah.
And in some cases, it's become restrictive to the point of
That was, I remember seeing a video maybe last year of this lady on the bridge.
you hear the people go talk to the builders when they're trying to get a permit.
And they had some
And
boats
I
in the
hear
water
them, they go
trying to
blame
get
the
her out of
Pasco
water
County
and
building
on a short.
department. I can tell you.
And when they
those
did,
people, it's
the
not
shark
the
came up
building
and
department,
started fighting
they're
it.
administrative.
And blood was everywhere. They
The
couldn't
code
get it out of
goes
the water. He kept
way
taking
beyond.
chunks of it.
And the Florida building
You know,
code
and it was like,
keeps
oh my God.
expanding
It's like a
its
brutal.
reach.
you guys
It's the
have
Florida
crap
building
about
code
alligators
starts to
here.
regulate a lot
Yeah,
of
oh, yeah.
horizontal development. We have a planning
Alligators
department.
and sharks.
an
I can't believe those damn
engineering
whales keep
department, but then
attacking
there's
those
things that are
boats.
dictated by the
That's the
Florida
weirdest
building
thing.
code. Like grading
Well, they
is
say
now
that,
starting to
I was watching this program the other day, they say that now the
Those are typically handled by our other
killing
departments. So you go, you give an approval out of planning and
actually
development,
ripping out
only
their
you get
liver and eating
whacked over the head when they went to go get the building permit. Oh, you need
I mean,
to
they slice him up on something, it looks like a surgeon.
the Florida building code.
They grab one of the.
And then the problem with the Florida building code
And
is,
then
the
slice
Florida
it,
building
slice it,
code is
slice it.
based on the international building code with some minor modifications to
That's
these.
a mean mamma jamma right there.
So it's this
I used to think like
international
she was
building
being
code.
friendly. He's not very friendly.
No.
Gee, whatever.
That's right.
Try to
That's
grab
like you
more
get on a sailboat
authority
and you bite off both your rubbers.
Oh, yeah.
You're in trouble.
Big time.
Because they may not use the international building. And then we have FEMA, there are things that are exempted from the
Well,
Florida
I
building.
thought y'all were waiting for me.
You been out to get some scalps?
Well, you have to take all
Been
these
out
things
this
that are exempt and regulated.
Yes, now until August. Yeah.
They get you coming and going.
Saw them on TV.
But
out
all
there,
these
got
things,
Who?
all these things add up to cost.
I'm talking to couple people that said there's none out
to
there.
get
Yeah,
the
it's gonna
scalps.
find it. What?
But I hear so many complaints about trying to get buildings in Pasco County, and I would tell you.
So they're not finding any yet?
Yeah.
It's not Pasco County.
Yeah,
It's
I've
still
talked to 4 or 5
different
people
towns,
that said it's hard to
Hillsborough
get
or
any.
Collier
They're
County,
extending
unless
the
they're
season, it
administering
just
the
depends
same
on where you
building.
go.
Okay.
You know, they are in certain places and other places.
Well, when you have
Just don't
states
know.
growing, everybody's already.
But we used to have it so thick out there,
Some
you
things
couldn't
are-
even step down without stepping.
Really?
And then one year, about 10 years ago, the net fishermen came on and dragged the grass.
They're all gonna go broke, they're all gonna die.
And we used to wipe them out. So it's been a process and now we get them to come back.
They influence these buildings.
Well, there's a naval air station, Kodiak, Alaska. Spent some time there. Oh, I was Army, so I don't know why we were there. That's-
Zodiac or ADAC?
Some of this is.
It was Kodak Island.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, ANAC was, oh, okay, you're talking, it was out further, I think.
Yeah, ADAC, that's one of my duty stations.
It was one of those little, that's how it was going.
This courthouse remains.
Kodiak here and ANAC, yeah. We were all
It's
sitting
been
right
through
there.
many a storm. and
That's where we wanted to be. That's right. See who we're spying on.
Oh, we're gonna have fun
out
with this.
there. In fact, that area is famous because that's the only place that was ever attacked by the Japanese on
Can I
American
give you a
soil.
jerky or forgot? Did I give you one?
No, you didn't.
Oh, you want another one?
I could take one for going home.
Sure.
Things that they put up there,
That's delicious.
really equipped, they didn't have cold
Thank
weather
you.
here. The aircraft they used.
I couldn't lie.
I would have never remembered.
I won't say it was vintage, because they were not, you know,
This is back,
cold
okay.
weather. Like President kind of land on the airfields with, you know, that much water underground.
Yes, we're ready.
So they ran the Japanese off.
Okay, we'll come to order, please.
Because
Okay, Mr. Chair, the following 3 items are actually related, PC5, PC6, and PC7. PC5 is the comp plan, and that will be presented by Hyatt Mazzelli.
Okay, we need to vote on these separately.
You do need to vote on them separately, but you in theory could open a public comment to all 3. It's really up to you.
Okay.
And for the record, on both PC5 and PC6, you are sitting as a local planning agency. On PC7, you are the planning commission.
PC7 what?
You're the planning commission.
Which is
So you're
wrong.
LPA on, same thing, but I need to say that for the record for the clerk's office.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
But I think before the public speaks, you need to decide whether they're speaking on all 3 or just each one individually.
Okay.
And to clarify the record even further, most of the folks who have actually signed up to speak on mostly are 7. There's 2 that have signed up to speak on both 5 and 7.
Okay.
Did anybody sign up to speak on 6?
I have no one signed up to speak on 6.
Okay.
Okay. Let's focus on 6.
So we don't want to hear PC5? Okay, good afternoon. Hyatt Mazzelli, staff planner with Long Range Planning, and I will be presenting PC5. PC5 is PDD 230133. It's a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment in the name of CPAS 2209 Hilltop Vistas. This is a project overview. The applicant is proposing a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to change the future land use from Res 1, residential 1 dwelling unit per gross acre, to Res 3, residential 3 dwelling unit per gross acre, on approximately 39.12 acres to allow for the development of 117 single-family detached homes. The applicant is also proposing a map amendment to map 2-13 to remove the subject site from the northeast rural area. And the reason for that is also to allow for the development of the single-family homes. The subject site is located west of Happy Hill Road, approximately 790 feet north of County Road 52. And there is a companion rezoning petition in the name of RZ 7623 Hilltop Vistas MPUD, which will be heard right after this. That's PC6, right, Denise?
It is PC7.
PC7, okay. This is a map showing the general location of the subject site. As you see, the subject site is located in the North Market area, more specifically also within Northeast rural area, more specifically rural area number 1. This is a zoomed in aerial of the subject site location. As I mentioned, it is located west of Happy Hill Road and north of CR 52. This is a context map showing the local context and the existing conditions surrounding the subject site. As you see, the subject site is surrounded by residential uses to the west as well as to the east. And there is VOPH, Village A and E, to the south at Clinton Avenue. It is important to mention that there is a Category 1 wetland on the western boundary or the edge of the property right here. This wetland cannot be impacted by the development, and a 25-foot upland buffer is required. This is a map showing the site location within the rural area number 1. It is all the way down here. It looks like Miami. And this is a zoomed in aerial of the northeast rural and the subject site. So the applicant is proposing to remove the subject site from the northeast rural area to establish connections to Pasco County utilities for services and to ensure completion of the local utility network. And speaking of the local utility network, this is a map that shows the utility studs. So we have wastewater and water studs on the western side of the subject site. And as you know, it is crucial to loop utility system to improve efficiency of the water supply and avoid dead ends that can stagnate obviously water. Therefore, removing the site from the rural area will provide connections to utility systems. I also want to mention that the MPUD has established condition of approvals that protect the scenic corridor and ensure the development aligns with Section 604 of the LDC. This is a map showing the existing future land use. The subject site is Res 1. It's currently Res 1. There is Res 1 flew to the north, west, and Res 6 to the east, and PD to the south. Oh, and directly south of the subject site, this is Pittman Massey Happy Hill, which is adopted to be CALM on 6/6. This is the map showing the proposed future land use, Res 3 on the subject site. And this future land use is a compatible transitional land use to the surrounding uses around the property. This is the existing zoning. The site is currently R1. And Planning and Development found the proposed amendment to be consistent with the following comprehensive plan policies. I want to stress on policy WA 2.13 and policy SEW 353. They both speak about existing utility stubs and how it is necessary to complete the local utility network in the area. In conclusion, Planning and Development recommends the LPA to find the proposed amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval to the BCC. The lead planner is virtually online, is virtually present to answer any questions. The applicant is also here to answer any questions you may have.
So, Mr. Chair, if you are going to open up the public hearing for all three, you probably need to get staff's presentation on PC6 and PC7 now, but I don't, that's if it's the Planning Commission's desire to do that.
Yeah, I'd prefer to do them all at one time, and then we can hear a response all at one time.
Okay, but before you sit down, can you just put the wetland map up real quick?
Thank you.
Sure.
Because you made a statement that's probably not right. Because you said you can't impact the Category 1 wetland, but if you look at Lake Jovita, it clearly has development in that wetland. So,
right.
And also, our code doesn't strictly prohibit it. You have to impact a Category 1 wetland. There's a test you have to meet, but it's not a strict prohibition. So. And it couldn't possibly be right because obviously somebody did impact that Category 1 wetland, so.
And I'm somewhat confused, and I'm jumping ahead, because in the narrative provided for this in PC7, it says there are no wetlands.
Because it's such a small.
I don't think that it doesn't show much on the
I think the wetlands on the commercial site.
Yeah.
Not so much on this residential site.
Yeah, it's mainly on Pittman.
But before we jump ahead, let's go ahead and do PC6 and then PC7. That way we can keep everything in it.
Sounds good. Is that okay if Amy Heiler presents those?
Is she doing PC6?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
She's actually online. Amy?
Amy?
I'm here.
Hello. We're ready for PC6.
All right.
Are you doing PC6 and 7?
Yes.
Okay, good.
All right, Amy Heiler with Planning and Development. So PC6 was actually the companion to the comprehensive plan amendment. PC6 is the land development code amendment to section 604, removing the proposed sites from figure 604.1, 604, 1, 2, and 4. Slide, please. So as stated, the proposal is a land development code amendment to section 604, the figure 604, 1, 2, and 4. The applicant is proposing to remove the 2 parcels from the Northeast Rural Protection Overlay District. Subject site is located on the west side of Capitol Road, approximately 700 feet north of County Road 52. This is the companion LDCA or LDC amendment to the comprehensive plan amendment and post rezoning to MPUD. the North Market area and currently in the Northeast Rural area. Here is the subject site located within the current Northeast Rural boundary or Area 1. This is the figure showing 6041 where it would be removed from. Slide, okay, so this is slide 604.2, thank you, 604.2, or 604-2, subject site is going to be removed from this figure as well. And then Sonia, one more. And this is 6044, being the topographic alterations being removed from the site as well. And with that, we recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions on that one from up here? So number 7. Amy? Amy, can we move to number 7?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think she's just pulling it up. So item PC7 is the Hilltop Vistas MPD now. So it's PDD 23-7623. The proposal is a rezoning or a zoning amendment from, I'm sorry, that's the wrong zoning district. It is from R1 residential to MPD master plan unit development to allow for the development of 117 single-family detached residential units on approximately 31.1 acres. Again, it's located on the west side of Happy Hill Road, approximately 700 feet north of County Road 52. Subject site's located in the North Market area, in Northeast Rural Area 1. Here's your area view of the proposed site. Your existing zoning district with MPUD, the Lake Jovita MPUD to the west, and AR agricultural residential to the north. This zoning map hasn't been updated yet, but there was recent approval to COM commercial with companion C2 to the south and R2 residential to the east. And your future land use is currently Res 1 with Res 6 surrounding to the west, north, and east, and ROR to the south. Again, there was a proposed rezoning to the south to COM commercial, changing from ROR to COM. This is the applicant's proposed master plan. So as you can see, it's located along Happy Hill Road and County Road 52. There is additional buffering standards that are subject or aligning with the intent of Section 604 of the code. Those standards are set forth in the MPD conditions of approval. They take the minimum code requirements of Section 604 for the buffering standards and topography, and actually goes above the code requirements in some of those areas. Additionally, this is abutting the existing Lake Jovita MPD. The proposed the existing Lake Jovita MPD was actually established prior to the Northeast Rural adoption around 2004, 2006. So the next slide will go further into the utilities connection and kind of frame what Hyatt just explained. So this is going to be your visual for the utility connection. As previously stated, the Lake Jovita MPUD was existing prior to Northeast Rural, the establishment of Northeast Rural. So as you can see, there is an already existing set out for utilities and water services. So the applicant would like to hook up to the utility water services and align with the proposed comprehensive plan amendment to Res 3, which would then further become consistent with the policies and objectives of the comprehensive plan.
Amy, can I stop and ask you a question? The line, the stub out that you just referred to, is the water and sewer sufficient to accommodate the 117 units that are being proposed? In other words, can can they support their development solely based on that stub out, or do they have to connect at 52 also?
From my understanding, the existing capacity that was attached actually to the comprehensive plan amendment states that the proposed development would be supported and can accommodate and hook up to the utilities and would not have any adverse impact to that. So yes, they can connect and it would be accommodating the 117 units.
Okay.
We've also met periodically with utilities department specifically on this, and they are also in support of the proposal to align with hooking up to the utilities network.
I'm just wondering if, did somebody actually require that stub out to, specifically to accommodate this development? That's my question.
That I don't know. Understood, yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but we could find
Okay,
that out.
apparently the applicant can answer that question, so.
But it's going to be connected to that existing stub out. There's not going to be another connection anywhere else.
Correct, and that is the intent, even though it is being removed from the Northeast Rural Area Plan or proposing to be removed to hook up to this connection. There will not be any further connections to the north or to the east, and therefore aligning with the intent of the Northeast Rural Area.
Okay, any questions for Amy?
Well, one last thing, sorry, the applicant is also seeking a variation from the land development code. So the variation request aligns with what we were just discussing. The variation request is to have a variation from the continuation of connectivity between the north and the west and the east the north and west of the adjoining properties. As stated, to the west, it's already an existing Lake Jovita. They're a gated community, so there's no opportunity to connect there. And then to the north, the adjacent parcels are within Northeast Rural Protection Area. They're an existing AR zoning district. The parcels range in sizes between 1.6 to 13 acres. So that area being the next subdivision is approximately half a mile north. Therefore, the potential connection to those larger lots to the north wouldn't be a meaningful opportunity for those networks. So with that, staff guided for PDG, it supports the applicant's variations of those requests. And with that, we recommend approval with conditions to the Board of County Commissioners.
All right, thank you, Amy. So anyway, we presented all three, PC 5, 6, and 7. So what we're going to do is we're going to accept comment from the applicant on all three, and from any of the people in the audience can speak on either or all of the three. So if we can cover it all at one time. So you want to begin?
All right, Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, and Hobby, PA again, have been sworn, provided my address earlier. I will not use all of my 15 minutes for all three items, but I do want to reserve the balance of any unused time in case I need it for rebuttal. So just wanted to state that up front. So you all sat through the Pittman and Massey changes that went through over the last couple of months, so you're very much aware of the area. To the west of the property is the easternmost segment of Lake Jovita called East Point. The lots range, most of them are about 60-foot wide lots, but it started off originally was going to be a townhouse development, and they came back and retooled it. But it was interesting because that utility connection that you just brought up, that was worked on as far back as I think 2005. The property we're dealing with today was part of the original Pittman-Massey property, and the Pittmans and Massey sold this 39 acres for a residential developer, I think in 2003 or 4, and he had worked out the utility interconnection with Lake Jovita, so that's been contemplated all this time, and actually before the creation of the Northeast Pasco area. So even before the adoption of the Northeast Pasco area, I remember asking staff, why they're even including this area and this site and the Pittman-Massey ones in Northeast Pasco, because at that time they were already overlooking State Road 52 and were next to Lake Jovita and had Res 6 everything on the eastern side. And the changes since that time have been remarkable, and you're aware of all the things that have occurred. The adoption of VOPH, which starts just on the other side of State Road 52 there. The Clinton extension, which back then was just a thought about where the road might go, and now we built a 4-lane road all the way from 75 to 98, and 98's being 4 lanes, so you're gonna have this super regional connector all the way basically from I-4 to 75 through this area. And then of course, while we don't maybe all agree that it's been all the way we would like, there's been a tremendous amount of development that's been approved in Dade City in this area. So I'll just give you a couple of examples of the scale of the development that has already been approved or is planned to occur just within 3 miles of this site. There are 12,849 units that have already been approved or are planned to be included within the villages that are within 3 miles of here, or what Dade City has already approved in 7 planned developments up Happy Hill Road or within 3 miles on St. Joe Road. And there are also 1.4 million square feet of commercial that's been approved. Just again, right across 52 there, the Grand Oaks MPUD on the Iafredi property alone has 900 units and 340,000 square feet of retail approved within it. Again, this has been a sea change for this area. So now we're on, in a major arterial roadway that's a county roadway, but the Clinton extension, the approval of VOPH, and believe it or not, within 3 miles is even the boundary to Murata. So there's just an enormous amount of development that's going to occur in this area. And I was in the middle of doing a study that David had asked for some months ago when we were talking about the Pittman-Massey project, and I think my math was showing me that there's going to be 60 to 75,000 people living within 3 miles of this site at build out of VOPH and what the city's already approved. Now, for a country boy from Dade City, when my whole area from Dade City and all of Northeast Pasco all the way to 75 had 12,000 people in 1990, that's a big difference. So the area has changed. This site arguably never even should have been in Northeast Pasco, but it doesn't make any sense now. And that's the reason why when we settled with the county in 2006 and the new comp plan was adopted in early 2007, there are special provisions within the appendix that when you're going to extend utilities to a site or go to Res 3 density, you need to come out of Northeast Pasco. And it says it very clearly, and we've met the standards that apply to that in the sections of the appendix. You all are also aware from the Pittman-Massey hearings that across the street in the Res 6 area, if you look up where it says Abbey Drive, that's leading into the Sweetwater apartments that were actually constructed after the comp plan was adopted. They started getting their approvals in about 2004 or 5, but there's 194 apartments directly across Happy Hill Road from here. And the county more recently has approved, I believe, 2 R4 developments directly across Happy Hill. So the residential pattern for this area, from what I view as the crest of the hill on Happy Hill on down to 52, the pattern has already been completely established by the county, and the area is more heavily influenced by what the city of Dade City has done as well. The uses we're requesting, I think, are consistent with the lot sizes that are around us. We're going to do a great job with buffering. While we came out of the Northeast Pasco, we're asking to come out of the Northeast Pasco area, we're going to create a landscape buffer that is essentially, it's almost twice what's required along the road as it is now. It's going to have significant shade tree plantings, understory plantings, and a fence along there. So we're going to create a very nice visual fence or wall along there with landscaping on the Happy Hill side of it. So we'll have a beautiful area there. And then for our friends over in East Point, and again, you all heard this in the Pittman-Massey projects, and it's not turned on that layer now, but the western side of this property has a significant amount of topographical change. I mean, it's significant. And we're not going to be building over there because it's just not cost feasible at all. So our concept plans show that our houses are ranging from like 230 to 300 feet away from East Point. So there's going to be an extremely significant buffer there. And Jordan Schrader's here and can talk to you about that from Clearview Land Design, but we've looked at it for a couple of years now, and there's just no reason that anybody would ever develop in that area because the fall is too great. And that leads me to the map that you were seeing about the wetland. There is no wetland on this site. What you are seeing is there's a ditch that runs back behind the lots in East Point, right along the property boundary. And I believe some of the maps pick that up. The wetland for sure is in the corner of the Pittman-Massey site, but they're actually, this site is all uplands. So we're also providing the interconnection to the Pittman site. It's shown on the MPUD. Again, the reason why we weren't connecting to North Point, I think, is pretty obvious because you're going right into the back of lots. And then north of us, those are actually ag rural lots there, and those people don't want connections, and I've told our clients as much. So I think that's the majority of what I have on my end. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. We are meeting the PM 10 memo requirements from last year, and I'm happy to answer questions that our neighbors may have as well.
Okay. Thank
you.
All right, who's the first on the list? Denise?
The first person on the list, I'm not sure if you want to split it out because there are some folks that have signed up for PC5. Do you want the first one signed up for PC5?
Let's just go whoever's first on the list.
Okay,
Yeah.
Carol Jenke is the first person on the list.
First come, first serve, right?
And just to reiterate what the chairman said earlier, you can speak on any of the three, PC5, PC6, or PC7.
Okay, and we need your name and address, please.
Okay, I'm talking on PC7. My name is Carol Janke. I live at 12540 Abbey Drive, and my property's back up to Roth Lane. I'm requesting that they only use 2 homes per acre, half-acre lots to be compatible with Abbey Drive, Lakeview, Timber Run, and Roth Lane, half-acre lots. These streets exit onto Happy Hill Road and Roth Lane. I'm also requesting that the proposed driveway cut at Roth Lane be vacated and moved farther south on between south on 579 past the first Lakeview Drive. Happy Hill past the first Lakeview Drive. The parent parcel, Pittman-Massey, should have to allow easement to Belly Waldy LLC for interconnectivity to County Road 52, and the Happy Hill exit should be closed except for emergency. There is a precedent. The Sweetwater Apartments had 2 exits, Happy Hill Road and Janke Drive, a paved road which they owned. They were denied access to Janke Drive and State Road 52 and closed for emergency use only. This would help protect Roth Lane, which is a big problem. We have requested help numerous times for a no through truck sign, the latest being March 9th of 23. No, the Smith Road has such a sign. We've asked for speed bumps. We've asked for paving. We were told to get the PBAS program. The county and city should repave Roth Lane because they allowed the city to use Roth Lane for their construction needs. This will happen again with Hilltop Vistas. On page 7 of the timing and phase for this project, the existing traffic counts were conducted during peak season based on a 2019 Florida DOT. This needs to be redone. 4 years earlier is just outdated. Happy Hill Road has seen an increased traffic and 2 approved subdivisions, which were Summit View, Phase 1 and 2, 406 homes, approved in 2005.
Keep going. You have another
And then the northwest corner of Happy Hill and Sarah Lynn Drive, 75 homes, approved on February 8th, 22. Including Hilltop Vista, this would be an additional 598 cars using this short stretch of road. We know there is a project on St. Joe and Ramsey Road, which will add to the traffic to reach County 52 and State Road 52. The county needs to start to control the growth. And the intersection at 52 and Happy Hill, we want to keep the lights and no roundabout.
All right. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming today.
Following person is Richard K. Riley. Richard K. Riley, sorry.
Distinguished
Good
young man.
afternoon. Richard K. Riley, 20235 Old Trilby Road. I live in the community of Trilby, which is about 7 miles north of this site. I'm in the rural protected area. I'm in the 301 corridor. I'm in the, I have AC zoning. I have a septic tank. I have a well. I have 10 acres. And I'm here to till against windmills because Mr. Hobby did a very good demonstration of exactly why this is so critical to be removed from the rural area. I'm here to try to convince you that the rural area is sacred and should not be violated. Now, the problem is that this thing is all predicated on the rules that say you have to be out of the rural area in order to have the plumbing and everything with Lake Javita. So if you agree with me, then the entire project, all three of these things have to be thrown out. Please do that. I'm proud that we got the rural area in 2007, 2008. That rural area was a swap with the VOPH, the Villages of Pasadena Hill. And they are down there. In fact, they're on the other side of that road. They touch it. And what I am afraid of is that although this is a wonderful proposal and it's got some decent size lots and everything, it could be a lot better, but it's decent. But this is the nibbling at the bottom, and the county staff did a wonderful job of showing all of the rural area, and then this little itty-bitty dit on the bottom that is going to be taken away. Well, I say that is the start of something terrible. This proposal removes a development in the rural area. It is a start of elimination of the entire overlay. If this goes through, the next application, just up another lot or more, will be to reduce another 5 or 10 acres out, or then it'll be 50 and 20 acres, and then it'll be up into the Evans land on both sides of their Trilby Road, as they want to put 44 houses up there with 45-foot front lots. Mr. Oakley says there's not going to be 40-foot lots, they're going to be 45-foot lots. My windmills are spinning, we're losing air. I wish you would turn this down on the one part that says it has to be taken out of the rural area. But as has been explained, it has to be taken out to make the designs planned. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for being here. Thank you very much.
Next person is Nancy Hazelwood.
Nancy Hazelwood, 34110, a nice place. So since I'm talking about two, don't I get double the time? Let's see, why not? Anyways.
Good try.
Well, according to the new math.
According to the new math, okay.
2 times 3 is still 3.
All right, so I'm going to start with what I'm majorly concerned with, which is the scenic road and cutting off hills. we've had a nice example, and I believe I brought it to y'all and showed it to you, that they cut a hill down on Ramsey Road. They cut it down about 18 feet. You can see an oil tanker, and you can see sitting down there, and there's a bit of land that they left that's higher than that oil tanker. Now, I talked to staff, and they told me then the conditions of approval, COA, that the applicant did say that they would make sure there was some nice landscaping, which I hope it's nicer than what's around the solar, because that looks horrible, and that they wouldn't top off the hill. So that's my main one. I'm wondering if what the density is in this, it's tripling the density. It used to be like 39, I think, and now it's like 117. Is it 40-acre lots? Is it 45? Is it 50? I was wondering what that was and if he could address that. I'm thinking that the applicant doesn't think he can make enough money on where it is now, and he wants to pull it out in the northeast roll. And Richard is right. This will happen again because they don't think they can make money off the rural area. I think they haven't applied themselves in the right way to develop it in a different pattern. I myself are into the equestrian idea and advertise it all over the horse magazines and the equestrian magazines, because we've got beautiful land, and where else in the United States can you go in the winter to show your horses? But nobody has gotten there yet. I would also like to ask the applicant if he couldn't do dark night sky lighting out there. That might be a nice little addition. And let's see.
Are you talking about street lights, you mean?
What? Yeah.
Street lights.
Yeah, dark sky lighting. That's another thing that's supposed to be in the Northeast Rural Area Plan. I'm kind of worried about flooding if they do top off this hill, or even if the way it is, but I'm assuming that they're going to cover that. Now, I've just gone through a lot of the projects in Dade City, and the developers promised there would be no flooding, and there was anyways. And the citizens have no recourse because they say, oh, it's a 100-year incident or this and that, but it continues all the time, the flooding, even in their kitchens, apparently. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you all for listening. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much.
Next person is Beverly Hartman, and after will be Peggy Byrne, and I apologize that I can't read the last name. Liz Kutch?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's Beverly Harmon, H-A-R-M-A-N, and I live at 12705 Timber Run, Dade City. As much as I would like to follow this gentleman and say, yeah, we'd love to see that stay rural, it's probably not going to happen. Realistically, I've lived on Timber Run for 20 years. We've been watching that pasture and thinking that shoe's going to drop someday and somebody's going to build on it. And it's happening. So what we really like, or what I would like, my husband and I would like, is to see 2 homes per acre, not any more dense than that. Access and egress on County Road 52, now County Road 52, not on Happy Hill. Because we have to come out on Roth. We live on Timber Run, you come out onto Happy Hill from Roth. Roth is right where the crest of the hill comes down. I go down Happy Hill on the wrong side of the road a lot of times because the people pop up over that hill and you just can't see them until they're over the hill, especially the young guys on the motorcycles from the apartments. They'll pop up over that hill and get a little airborne. So we need to make sure that they're not coming out of this new development anywhere near Roth Lane. Also, if we could block off Roth Lane, I'm not sure how a lot of the other residents would feel about that, but block off that entrance on Happy Hill and just make it exit out onto Janky Drive at 52, the other end of it, and quit making it a cut through because it's a little shortcut. And no roundabout at State Road 52. We've heard that they're going to take that stoplight out and make it a roundabout eventually. That stoplight has been a blessing down there. It's really, really helped. To take it out would be really bad news down there. Now we've also heard just yesterday that the St. Leo Abbey golf course has sold. So that's going to be even more development out there, which is going to mean even more traffic on County Road 52 and the new State Road 52. So the light is going to be really essential at that intersection. And I still have a minute left, but I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next person is Peggy Byrne.
Peggy Byrne, 12363 East Point Drive. I have to address first Mr. Hansel's comments earlier referencing PC2. Aren't we having similar rezoning questions here? What happened with the northeast rural area that suddenly, this was important then, but it's not important now? It just happened. It just seemed like it depended on who owned it, and if they had enough power behind them, you guys passed it along. Everybody that lives at any part of this area feels that way. And this, having all three of these at one time almost seems outrageous. Where is the study on water, and where is the study on electric? Are you aware that the people at East Point regularly have power outages and TECO engineers have not been able to fix it? What are they going to do when there's all those homes there again? What's going to happen? More people with power problems and TECO saying, we're working on it, we're working on it? These areas, these things need to be addressed. There's serious issues. I'm worried about the impact of the Category 1 wetlands that are in the front, that are over in the Pittman-Massey area, because that whole area, however small it gets along the back of East Point, it is a depressed area because the topography is so much higher on the Belly Wadding property and that part of Pittman-Massey where it meets East Point. Very high. The water runoff is extremely high on a heavy rain. Not a 100-year rain, gentlemen, just a heavy rainy day. There is water all over the place. We haven't talked about the environmental, the gopher turtles. Dozens, not 12, 15, dozens all over the place. There's holes all over the property back there from gopher turtles. Are we just going to mow them down? Does the EPA know this? I know you can pay, I think, $250 to move one, but has anybody done a study on that? So we've seen no study on water impact. We've seen no study on the electrical impact, because I don't think you're aware that TECO has a problem, because TECO doesn't want to advertise it. So there's a problem there, so now you're aware. And we'd like to find out just overall what the exact area, the buffer zone they're proposing to East Point. We're saying, oh, it's going to be very nice. Well, what is it? Is it a fence? Is it a wall? What's going to be there? And I would fully support half-acre lots, less development there, because I'm worried only about the water runoff from individual homes. I'm worried about that. I'm also worried about the traffic impact, and I'm really worried about the lighting impact. That property is so much higher that even if they took it down by half, there's still going to be a tremendous amount of water. I invite you, go walk, go park your cars at East Point and go walk in the back. You will see what I am talking about. None of this should be approved. It should all have a continuance, and we would respectfully request that you please take the time to look at the water, find out about the electric, figure out what the lighting impact would be on everybody along that area, and even out onto Happy Hill and 52. These people are absolutely correct. The traffic issues are going to be tremendous out there, and nobody is addressing it. It is a county road reduced from the state road that it was. It's smaller. It's not anticipating all this traffic that it's going to have. And we just would like somebody to please listen and please do the time and the research so the people there can at least feel that you're listening to them, that this isn't just being mowed down and someone's getting their way and we have no impact. Thank you for your time.
All right. I think we have one more lady. Save the best to last, huh?
My name is Liz Kutch. I live at 12601 Abbey Drive. And my main concern is I don't really think anyone's going to stop the production of the homes. That's my opinion, of course. And I've lived there many years, over 40 years, in fact. And the biggest problem I see is when I come out of my driveway and I go around a corner, the stop sign is there, of course. Happy Hill is right in front of me. The only big concern that I have at least, is getting out on that road. The buildings are going to be in place, the homes are going to be in place, which is good. They need to make a passageway for those people to go down there or go up, because the road's not big enough at all. And have these people that come over the hill and come up the hill, they don't stop. These people are not going to stop for those people that are coming out of those homes. I'm telling you, they do not stop, and it's a lot of traffic. If they can come up with the builders or the contractors or the county can come up with an idea of a different way of coming out of those homes so the traffic would still travel and maybe go down the hill and find a better exit. That's what you need to think about. The homes are going to be built. We all know that. It's going to be probably a very nice area, in fact. However, we're more concerned about Roth Lane because that lane is very tiny, very tiny. And if these roads are going to keep coming back and forth and the traffic's going to keep on going, someone will end up getting hurt. An accident is inevitable. So that is my answer to ask you if you all can come up with a way, the contractors can build a way for them to go down or go up, and yet let us traffic keep on going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here to speak in public? On any of the three?
I've been sworn, and my name is Rodney Bailey. I live at 35005 Roth Lane. Is it possible to show an overview of the project in question for PC7? Which I'm sure you're already familiar with. My home sits directly on the corner of Roth. So I've got pretty good visual sights right there on Roth, and traffic has, in the last 4 years, been horrendous. The last 2 days, and I think 3 accidents in the last month have been serious accidents. And it's happened just coming down Roth Avenue there. One was a motorcycle just, I think, 4 days ago. I personally went over and picked him up. I was sitting out in my front yard, and he flew off the road, went down into the gully, and he lived over on Lakeview.
He's coming down Happy Hill or coming out Roth?
Yeah, he was coming down Happy Hill north to south, and I'm not sure exactly. All I heard was the noise and him flying through the air. My concern is the traffic, and when we came to the community meeting with the council that represents their client, I spoke to him pretty lengthy, and I never really got anything solid from him as far as that's their project. They're not concerned with what's going to happen with us. Their project is their project. Ours is our responsibility as far as to the east of their project. And what I'm concerned with is that access being the primary access coming into Roth. My wife's a paraplegic. Safety is a major issue of mine, major issue. She's been paralyzed for 47 years, retired school teacher, and Roth Avenue, I can't even walk her down the street. The street on Roth at the widest point is 17 feet. Some of the narrow spots are 13 feet. It's insanity that cars will not pull over without any hassle for me when I'm telling them to slow down. My wife's in a wheelchair. Mm-hmm. They get real reluctant with me. It's confrontational at some point, and that's not a good thing.
No.
at all. Safety is huge, and that's what we're here for, is to control this. And it's not about value on $235 per square foot where you're going to purchase on these homes. I'm concerned about the community. And if we're going to do this in this community, that's all I've heard from is a plethora of how the growth is going to go. I mean, let's get control of it and make sense out of good projects. Safety's huge. That downhill coming, I believe it's 7% grade, if not greater, from the top of Happy Hill coming down. It's huge. The speeds, I have surveillance cameras all around my home. It's mind-boggling, the speeds. I'm talking well over 100 miles an hour daily. And that's going north and south, up and down Happy Hill. If we make this an intersection, which this project will do at Happy Hill and Roth, is mind-boggling to me. Why we would put an intersection on a downhill grade that steep when the speeds are already insane. There is nobody that stops when they come up Roth Hill going from the east, going to the west. Nobody stops at that stop sign. Nobody. I've got surveillance films. I'm willing to show them to you. It's mind-boggling. I don't want to specifically say who it is, but I watch it a lot. And I say I've personally had stuff stolen right from that area. But safety is the big thing. There's no speed bumps being put in. The road's not going to be, and it probably can't be widened too much more. But if you look at the road, Roth used to be old 52, used to be. And they widened it and made 52, and now this project is going to make it the second 52. And right now, I can't even push my wife in a wheelchair. It's something I think you guys could look at, and their project managers and their attorneys are going to say they can't move it. That's insanity to say you can't move it. Lakeview is a much better access. People wouldn't go through and use that access. If you look at the overhead, if you go much wider, where you turn down from, if you're coming from the east of 52, if you're up here on the top, you're coming down. If you see how the road turns right there, it's very easy for people to go straight into Roth Road right there. And from this, it looks like it goes straight. It doesn't. That's not designed to be a freeway right there. That's why the new 52's in there. It's designed so we have a flow of traffic up in the new area, not Roth. It's, as you guys go home tonight, it's right down the road. Drive down there and take that little turn and drop down and look at how unsafe that is for the homeowners right there. And I'm on the other end. It's horrible. It's horrible. They probably replaced, I would say, at least 2 mailboxes, if not more, that I know of. But safety is a huge concern as far as shutting that down, speed bumps immediately. I mean, that's something that could be done very cost effectively. I mean, big speed bumps to slow it down and deter it. I've personally stood down here on the bottom of 52 in Happy Hill, and I've watched cars come from County Road 52 to see how many cars actually turn to go up right, that are actually coming down 52 and turning to go up Happy Hill. I'd say the percentage is less than 1%, 1 to 2%. It's mind-boggling. If you stood there and watched all the traffic that turns up Happy Hill, nobody does. They take that little shortcut coming up Roth, creating a 52 that you all designed to be moved out. And now we're going to put in another project doing the exact same thing and creating an intersection. Mind-boggling. But I appreciate any input you all can have, and I'm sure the council will say they can't do anything. That's why you're here, is to help us.
Can I ask you a quick question? Does Roth have sidewalks?
Absolutely not. And
I'm sorry, we're trying to listen to this gentleman.
It's upsetting to me because
yes or no? Does it have sidewalks?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you.
Yeah, ADA is phenomenal. That would be a huge thing. Just the street itself, I can't push my wife without the caster wheels, the little ones in the front, grabbing her to throw her forward. It's almost impossible just to push somebody on that road.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the answer.
So, I appreciate everything.
Okay.
Thank you very
Any
much.
other questions?
Did you have questions or not?
Any other questions?
I have a question for staff, but not.
Okay,
Oh,
we're good. Thank you very much.
David, before you do, I think I might have some good news here. We had already agreed to a condition that said we would look at the site access more as we went through, the development review process. But I think my client has agreed that we will put in a right turn lane. We'll agree to that and add that to the conditions. We do need to study the length of it. It wasn't required pursuant to the actual timing and phasing and access management analysis. But I do understand the area. Like y'all have heard me before. I grew up on Tank Hill, about 1.5 miles from this area. Unfortunately, because of the level of growth in Dade City over time and some of the redesign of Happy Hill Road that I suspect will occur to accommodate what the city's done, my strong suspicion is that speed will come down over time just based on the amount of traffic that's occurring there. But what they're saying about Roth Lane has been something that's been occurring most of my life, and apparently now that there's more development in the city north of here, people are cutting through on their local street, which really shouldn't happen. And I was hoping that maybe the commissioners would install some speed tables or something like that. But we want to make sure we're safe getting in and out. There's no question that our clients feel that's important. I just need to have Steve be able to study it during the development review process to figure out the length of it. Now, having said that, and I've got other stuff I'll respond to, but I think there are a lot of questions about why the alignment is at Roth and the roadway design. So I was going to ask Steve Henry to come up and maybe give you his thoughts on why that's been done with staff.
That's a good idea, yeah, because I think a lot of questions revolve around access.
That's right.
Ingress and egress.
Henry Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. And what I'm putting up here is a graphic. It's an aerial graphic, and what we've done is shown the access for the project, and we've done that over top of an aerial. And part of it is trying to fit in.
There you go.
All right. North is to the right here.
To the right. To the right.
But it's kind of, so if we can get it a little clearer.
Rotate it counter, there we go. No.
No, other way. Nope, the other way.
Counterclockwise 180, there we go.
There you go, okay. Well, that's good, but it's a little blurry, but all right. So we've got a southbound left turn lane on Happy Hill that goes to 52. And then we're putting in a northbound left turn lane, although actually the analysis and the volume show it's not warranted, but obviously we're putting a northbound left turn lane in here. That northbound left turn lane needs to be 340 feet long for the decel and the Q. And if you look at that, that is right at the back of the existing southbound left turn lane onto 52. So what we're doing is, so the problem is moving it further south. You either have to shorten up our left turn lane or shorten up the left turn lane onto 52. So from that standpoint, that's kind of why it is kind of established where it is. And as Clark had indicated, we're willing to, in addition to the left turn lane here, to go ahead and build a right turn lane, southbound right turn lane for the project access also. In addition, we did look at counts.
So you're talking about a southbound right turn lane into Roth?
No,
Into their project.
To the project.
At Roth.
Right turn lane, yeah.
And also, one of the, it was Mrs. Jenke had commented on the counts, saying they were 2019. They were actually, the counts were done in 2022. What she was referring to is there's a form that DOT puts out, seasonal adjustment factors. That seasonal adjustment factors were developed by DOT in 2019. But the counts that we actually did for this study were in 2022. In addition to that, just to give you an idea of the volumes, just so you've got an idea, coming out of Roth in the PM peak hour, just just so you've got an idea of the numbers. So this is existing peak season volumes. There's 17 cars making a right, 3 cars making a left in the PM peak hour, 9 cars coming southbound making a left, 10 cars northbound making a right. And virtually the same volumes in the AM. We did AM and PM peak hours. So we're not talking about a high volume intersection, but we are designing it to accommodate. That's why the reality is the right turn lane and the left turn lane weren't warranted because of the volumes, but we're putting those in from that standpoint for this access.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Steve, I guess this is for you and our staff, which is, I'm not sure left and right turn lanes necessarily reduce speed. Is there something that could be done to the road itself that reduces speed? I mean, like things like a chicane, is there something that could be done to control speed? Because I'm not sure, like I said, left and right turn lanes just take people off the through lanes. They're not
Correct.
necessarily,
Right.
maybe even increase speed, because now you've freed up the through lanes. So, and the corollary to that is, would staff even support speed tables on a collector road? I don't know that we would. But I have seen us, for example, that's like on Northwood Palms Boulevard, speed was a concern when we connected 56 to County Line Road, and they ended up, Jim Woodman came up with something called the chicane that he put there.
Well,
The chicane day.
Yeah.
So we ended up putting in mini roundabouts is what we ended up putting in.
Yeah, what I'm asking is there anything like that that can be put on Happy Hill Road that would reduce the speed? That would be acceptable on a collector roadway?
Yeah, we had the same issue on Curly Road. And we ended up putting in roundabouts to be able to take that from a 55 mile per hour road down to a 35, 40 mile per hour road. So, you know, the reality is that those are the type of things that you can do. You know, can you put in chicanes? You can, or roundabouts. Those are typically what we put in on more the county or collector roads as opposed to local streets.
Would a roundabout work at Roth and your project access?
No, there's not enough right of way to be able to put one in. And there's going to be a roundabout at, ultimately there's going to be a roundabout at 52.
Jordan Schrader, Clearview Land Design, 3010 West Hill Street, Suite 150. I have been sworn. Southbound Happy Hill, because of the visual sight distance, everyone tries to catch the green before it turns, so people speed down Happy Hill. I did it in high school, okay? Because 52's in super, though, what happens is people make it, and then it's almost concerning as they go across it. We are not part of the roundabout project, but if people don't feel pressure to make the green, and they can approach that at a safe 20 mile, it's a county regional issue. Again, that roundabout will slow that traffic movement down, but everybody, as soon as you crest the hill north of Roth, it's green, and you want to catch it, and everybody flies down.
So are you saying you could put a roundabout there at Roth?
It's not our project, but there's a regional county project to potentially.
He's talking about the roundabout at 52 and Happy Hill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's already planned, the route study's already been done.
That is planned?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense, because I think what you said is exactly what I would do if I was a teenager.
By the way, I was here when we did the chicanes, and they offered we put John Gallagher statues in the middle of them. And this is a different situation.
Yeah.
But in your opinion, I guess I'll ask you, I made the last out the same question, with the roundabout at 52 and Happy Hill, when would they start slowing down? I mean, I agree with you, people do tend to slow down before they get to a roundabout. How far north would they start slowing down?
Well, again, I think, as Jordan had said, I think that part of it is trying to hit that light. So at this point, when you know you've got to slow down to 20, 25 miles per hour, that they're going to start slowing down north of that. There's no reason to go 100 miles an hour because you're not going to hit that roundabout at 100 miles an hour. So you're going to hit it at 25 miles per hour. So you're going to start slowing down prior to that.
Members of the Planning Commission, the roundabout's designed with a radius that requires you to be at 20 miles an hour, so you have to start decreasing your speed to come into that approach.
And they'll do what's called a chicane prior to that to even slow them down before they even get to that roundabout, so they're not hitting that roundabout at speed.
Where would they put the chicane?
It's actually it's the approach. It's actually, and I don't know if you've driven Curly Road, but on the south side of the first roundabout, as you go north from 54 going north, we put a chicane in that roundabout. It's just as before you hit the roundabout, we put a little chicane in there so that it slows people down before they get to the actual roundabout itself. But that's, again, so there's another thing right before that, so people are going to be slowing down prior to that roundabout because they know
the
they're going to
approximate
hit that.
measurement to 52 from Roth is about 1,000 feet. That helps.
May I speak to that roundabout issue on Curly Road specific?
I'm sorry, but the proper procedure is you can only come up once. Okay, sorry about that.
So, you're saying the county's gonna, I have not seen the design plans for this. Are you saying the county's already planning to put a
Yes, I have.
chicane?
Pardon?
The
They
county-
are doing a chicane type entrance to it, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out how does that work with your left turn lane? Is it south of your left turn lane?
Yes, yeah, oh yeah, it's south of left turn.
And you're saying chicane wouldn't work at Roth and your entrance?
No, I don't think you'd want to put a chicane at that location. I'm not sure you could design a chicane at that location.
Let me say one more thing too. This location, because you're cresting over the hill, you need visual distance to see an approach to a roundabout. Like when you come to 52, you'll come to it, and all it is the island entering is what Steve is saying. But if we put it at Roth, you're up. We don't know that we'll be able to get visual sight distance. Someone coming at 45 can hit the brakes and get to 20. So we want this north-south free flow movement, and we've agreed to add, although they're not required, a northbound left decel and a southbound right decel to make that a safer intersection.
And is there sufficient right of way for the county to put the chicane, the southern chicane?
Again, it's part of the roundabout. And I always don't have it with me, but it is the entrance to the roundabout. So it's not a separate from roundabout. It's a part of the roundabout.
Okay.
That as you go into it. But yes, they're acquiring the right of way, and I believe when the last zoning came through, they had to provide the right of way sufficient for that roundabout to go in.
What can you do, if anything?
I can confirm that, by the way, that was part of the Pittman Massey approval. There's additional right of way that was being provided.
What can you do to slow traffic north of Roth?
That was something I was going to mention. So the gentleman that came up to speak, you might be able to answer this question. Are there always stops at the two intersections of Timber Run and Roth? Or is it just, are there stop signs? I know there would be a stop sign.
Right at Roth.
I'm sorry, we can't talk from the audience. If you want to call him up, Derek.
There's a stop sign right at my home, and it's right at Roth.
Right at Happy Hill, correct?
Correct, yes.
So, but further up Roth, there's two intersections of Timber Run.
Yes, no stop signs.
No stop signs there.
Nothing there. And the stop sign is at the very end, going up to the
52.
new, well, somewhat new.
So that might be something that could be considered as an all-way stop for both of those intersections of Timber Run, or at least one of them, and that would slow down traffic on Roth, and that would potentially discourage people from cutting through Roth from this development of Route 52.
I mean, the project's not even built yet. In the last 4 years, I don't know these numbers that this gentleman was giving, but I sit out there every single day, and they're a lot larger than the numbers he said. And like I said, I have surveillance daily, both up Happy Hill, going all the way up Happy Hill, and Roth, and it's massive. Trucks, I mean, we have 40,000-pound trucks that are coming by there daily. And that's not to this project.
I think he's talking about cars coming out of Roth onto
Right, coming down east and west on Roth, going up to
Cutting
Happy
through
Hill.
Roth, yeah. I'm not a traffic engineer, but in my experience with installing all-way stops is a good discouragement of getting a bunch of traffic to cut through
Are you
there.
suggesting there'd be a stop sign on Happy Hill?
No, on
the
Timber
east
Run.
end, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if
Lane
there's
and Timber Run.
traffic there, but there's, I mean, I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna say.
But that might help with
who's
some of
not
the traffic
stopping
cutting
at-
through on Roth.
Okay.
No one's stopping at that light. or
Right, it's not
stop
part of
sign.
this project, but
All right, thank you.
that might be something for the BCC to consider in the future.
Steve, I got one question too. Is there any concern in that, it looks like kind of what's driving the location of that access point to the project is that Roth Lane intersection?
Yes.
Is there any concern with that not being at the top of the hill? Does anything Does it make it better or worse if you move that access to your project north to where you're at the crest of the hill?
Well, the problem is if you move it north, then our northbound traffic turning left into our project is conflicting with the southbound lefts that want to turn onto Roth. So you got an inherent conflict there. That's why we're having to align them. If you follow what I'm saying. So if we
I follow.
If we moved our access, moved it up here.
You're going to speak, sir. You got to speak. I'm sorry.
Up here you go, Steve.
We need a pointer.
So if we move it up there, the issue becomes we have a northbound left turn lane into our project that now crosses across Roth Lane. And so the people that are trying to get into our project are conflicting with the southbound traffic trying to get onto Roth Lane. So that's why we're aligning it. So that's the problem.
Well, it looks like the crest of the hill, the reason I asked the question, it looks like the crest of the hill is about 550 feet north, and you said you need a 350-foot, 40-foot turn lane.
Sure.
So that's why I was asking.
Right, yeah. That's the southbound right. We can get that. Oh, you're talking about
Jamie, there's other driveways on the east side that are north. All those driveways were put before existing county spacing criteria.
Right.
So all those, when you look at them together, create conflicts in the left, which what drives Roth to be the primary.
So what were you saying about a four-way stop?
So just basically that can discourage cut-through traffic. So if a concern is that people from this project are going to come straight out to go into 52 eastbound, then that may discourage some of that traffic and may slow down traffic on Roth as well by installing an all-way stop at Timber Run.
So they won't see Roth as a shortcut.
Correct. Correct. So that would encourage them to make a right out of the development on the Happy Hill and go down to 52 and turn there.
Yeah.
So that may solve some of your concerns with Roth.
Yeah.
Does anybody know what the posted speed limit is of Happy Hill?
75, I think.
Depends if you're going
that's
south to north.
Posted or observed?
Probably 20, it should be.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to remind the Planning Commission again, we have the standard condition. We've got to continue to look at this. This is not the finalized location on site access, so we expect during the site plan review process, we'll continue to go through this. My only word of caution, and I understand what the gentleman's saying, I'm not discounting anything that he's saying, but we need to do this on a scientific basis that takes into account all of the safety factors, because that's what I was trying to explain in the community meeting, because Steve was there and had spoken, and he said the safest way for everybody is to align it at Roth, because otherwise you have multiple conflicts in the turning movements. I'm not an expert in it, so I got to rely on Steve's.
I can understand that. I just think I think all of us want to just make sure that the people that are here today know that we're addressing we're trying to address their concerns.
100%, and I think Derek's comment absolutely is spot on. And I had suggested to the resident commissioner that the county even look at maybe some traffic calming on Roth, because people should. This is a very small local street. I mean, I've been going on my whole life. It's a neighborhood street. It's not to the right-of-way widths that any of our current stuff would be built to. And because people are cutting through, and honestly, it's because some of the mine activity over the last 10, 15 years on Dr. Weiland's property, people have been driving it and the road's potholed to death because some of the truck traffic that's gone through there. And I really would, commend this to the resident commissioner that we help find some way to dissuade through traffic, because it's not meant for that.
Great idea. Thanks.
And I'll be happy to, take that up before the county commission meeting. But I just a couple of things. I just want to come back to the bigger picture issues on Northeast Pasco. I would remind my friends who are the advocates for Northeast Pasco of a couple of things. The overall boundary in Northeast Pasco has 61,700 acres of land. This is a teeny tiny little pinprick, and the board instructed staff to take 2 other sites out of Northeast Pasco in about 2016 or 17, and it took staff 3 years to get to it. It has made absolutely no difference of the development of any land around it. what we're going to do here, I don't believe will have one iota of effect in Trilby and Blanton. This is a completely different area, and the board's smart enough to see that. And again, the level of development that we're talking about here, 110, 115 units, I think my math was that's about 0.7% of the development that's already been approved by the city and the county within 3 miles of the area. So it's just absolutely negligible. So anyway, and again, we're next to the utility, so that's what's driving the whole thing.
Clark, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Unrelated to traffic. It has to do with setbacks. Primary front structure setback. In the table in the conditions of approval, it says 15 feet, but I think on the master plan,
it says 10
feet.
We discovered that today, and we're going to fix it. It's 15. I can confirm that. So that the master plan's wrong in the table.
Is there a problem providing 23 to the front garage?
We are going to stick with last year's memo on this one after discussing it with the higher ups. That was what the agreement was. That's why we're doing additional landscaping and some of the other things.
Okay. And I assume you wouldn't object if we added the same language about the water main under the sidewalk and 5 foot of easement?
I would not object to that at all, no.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you all. I appreciate it. I mean, it's been a very long and thorough day, but again, I do appreciate the neighbors. We're trying to do something that's responsible here, but this site was been, planned for residential development going back over 20 years, so I really don't think we're doing anything irresponsible.
So Clark, I do think you should probably have a discussion with Venkat before this goes to the board, just to see if there's anything that can be done, or what, if anything, can be done to control speed on Happy Hill.
I'm happy to have Steve get with him. That's no problem at all. We're happy to do it. Again, we do not want to cause a safety thing for anybody coming out of Rothland.
I just don't know that he's going to support speed bumps on a collector road, but there may be something else he would support.
Right. No, we're happy to discuss it. I mean, again, I'm a biggest violator. When I was growing up, there wasn't a lot of development there, and I can remember driving over 100 on Happy Hill Road. I'm not going to lie.
That's what I was going to say. I didn't want to tell everybody that.
It's changed. Its times have changed. Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Cars weren't that fast back then.
Downhill. Downhill.
Only downhill.
Pop the clutch. Okay, do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve. Well,
Dave, you want to include some things?
I think Mr. Moody was suggesting that I gotta find the right condition.
It's number 29. Well, I think he's saying the condition number 29 is correct. It's the master plan, which is incorrect.
And then the language added.
The exhibit
Yeah, but that wasn't the language I'm looking for.
Oh, that was 46 in 4G Ranch.
No, but in this one, where's the tree language?
Oh, that's higher up. Looking to.
David, I would think that bottom of 29 under the table might be the place to put it. Do you agree, John?
Well, we normally have
There is a section on trees.
Yeah, the tree one is at 33. It starts at 33.
Okay, but it doesn't have the language about the driveway flares that.
Right.
Well, that's because those were adopted for townhomes, and that's why I asked about the 23-foot front setback. I find no difference when it comes to parking and bumpers hanging over sidewalks, whether you live in a townhome or whether you live in a house, but if that's what their agreement is, that they're gonna go by the 20-foot standard, so be it. But I don't think it matters whether it's a townhouse or a single-family detached product, whether the water main is under the sidewalk or there's a 5-foot easement versus a 10-foot easement.
Mr. Moody, I think condition 30, I read that again. I think that's probably the proper place to put it. We just need to make sure the language, I think it's still right from 4G. We just need to make sure it's not referencing townhouses or anything like that.
33 is the tree condition. It just,
Right.
but this project is not proposing townhomes, so it didn't have that language from the
Right,
memo.
and what I'm suggesting is I don't find any difference between whether the product is an attached product or a detached product when it comes to trying to
Utility
provide
placement.
room for street trees by allowing a water main
So-
under the sidewalk.
So you want to add basically the two sentences at the bottom of
The same thing we did with.
condition 46 of 4G to the end of condition 33 in this project.
Right. I have no objection to that.
Okay, and then the second part is you want them to modify their master plan to show 15-foot
Primary setback.
setbacks as opposed
That's
to 10.
correct.
And I'd love them to make 10-foot side setbacks, but I don't think he's gonna be amenable to that, so I'll leave that out. We'll let the board argue with
So
him
is the
about
motion for approval with those two changes then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Approving of which item?
This, well, I guess, okay, that's a good point. Those all relate to PC7, so we probably need just a separate motion on 5.
The other issue with PC7 is correction of title, because it's rural, it shouldn't say rural density. From R1 rural density, it should be R1 residential district. It's not rural density residential district.
Oh, and the title.
In the
Okay.
title.
All right, let's do this. Let's get a motion on 5 and 6 before we tackle 7. So, because 5 and 6 are just straightforward motions for approval.
One motion or individual?
Individually,
Individual.
please.
Motion to approve PC 5?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Nay.
like sign. Nay,
Motion
we
to-
have one registered, one nay.
Motion to approve PC 6?
I'll second it.
Motion and a second, further discussion of that motion.
I was just going to say, as somebody who lives in that area, I do think we need to be careful about amending the boundary, but in this case, I think with all the residential around it, I don't have an issue with removing that.
Okay, motion and a second, that we've had discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Just to confirm.
Didn't ask for nay yet.
You made it clear.
That's right.
Just to confirm for PC 6, who seconded?
Mr. Hansel.
Hansel, okay, and then Moody said nay on PC 5?
Correct.
Okay, correct.
And 6. He voted no.
And
on
6, okay.
5 and 6.
Was there anybody else that voted nay on 6? Okay. So,
7, I think, Mr. Hansel, I think started a motion, but it needs to include those 3 corrections, which is changing the subject line to remove the word rural density.
Can I know why? Because that is what that district is
Oh,
called.
it is?
R1 is rural density residential
That
district.
was made by the person who's presenting it.
I think the person who's presenting it said that it was incorrect as being MPUD. It says it was going from MPUD to MPUD. But R1 is,
Oh, that is the name of the
called a
district.
rural
Okay.
density residential district. See how it is, sorry.
yeah, okay.
So that was, the rezoning was from MPUD to MPUD. That's why she said I need to correct it so that it's R1 rural density residential district.
Oh.
That is correct.
Gotcha, okay. So I made the
All
wrong
right, so
note
let's-
on my notes, so apologize for that.
So
Peter,
skip
how
over
dare you
that.
put that in there?
So I think the two corrections were to change the master plan to show a 15-foot primary front yard setback and to amend condition number 33 to add the last 2 sentences of condition 46 from the 4G Ranch MPUD approval.
Yes.
Did I get that right, everybody?
I think you did, amazing.
You got it.
You get a second chance at the board anyway.
Okay, so we have the
That was Mr.
motion.
Hansel's motion.
Good job, Peter.
I'll second.
Got a second now.
Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, motion carries.
Are we adjourned?
Move to adjourn.
Second?
All right, all in favor?
I just thought Chuck might have something else to say. I was just waiting.
Yeah, well, it's having such a good time, yeah.